Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for walking under the rain. Usually it's very warm in almost hot in Aix-en-Provence. It's actually raining. I don't know if it is the omen for political changes, but anyway, we're not going to discuss it. So, under the patronage of President Lorenzi, this roundtable, the end of fossil energy, new technologies, the world to come, and I'm glad that the three dimensions have been grouped here. So quite a great panel. Thomas Globern, Director General of AXA, Patrick Pouyanné, CEO of Total Energy, and Rick Guy, Director General Air France, the French airline. You know, the title of the roundtable is clear enough, especially about the world, the coming world. So we're going through a specific political period, not only in France, but, you know, there will be election tomorrow. There were the European elections. And what will happen in the US in a couple of months? I think this issue of ecological transition is first political, and it is on that ground that we will, based on this, that we will talk first. Kathleen Schubert from the Cercle des Économistes, who will introduce the challenges of this roundtable, of the stakes. To start with, let me say that the end of fossil energies is an obligation. It's not a choice. If we extract and burn all the fossil energies, all the proven reserves that we have found and we can extract at the current cost, the carbon budget will explode, and 2 degrees, which are the maximum limit, which is acceptable by the international community, will of course be completely, gone. So we'll have a temperature increase of up to 5 degrees. So there is a scientific truth. There is no doubt. This is something that all scientific works, show quite clearly. And the international organization, including the International Energy Association, has been repeating for years. So at the scientific level, it's very basic, very simple. We cannot extract and burn all the fossil energies which exist in the ground. Having said that, such energies, have a very high value. So if we don't extract them, their value will drop to zero, and therefore states and businesses which transfer or use such energies are not too happy. So they do their best to, stop this or delay actually the end of such assets, these unused assets. So failed assets. So we had a very interesting example in the COP28, stranded assets. So there were discussions in the vocabulary to talk about fossil energy. Are we talking about phased out, to remove them, to phase them out, or transitioning away? That is to do a transition, a softer transition at the end. And they talked about that for hours, which of course is quite symbolically strong. This is a key issue, central issue. The end of fossil energy is an obligation, as we said, but this may happen at a speed which might be fast or slow. So the longer we wait, the higher the carbon emissions. Now, if we look at the energy scenarios from states or oil, gas businesses, what's striking is that such scenarios are all based on an increase in demand for fossil energies in the future. Quite a significant increase. Let's look at the increase plan for air transport. I'm sure you will discuss that, which is quite significant. Now, this is in full contradiction with what I just said. That is basically, we should not exploit new fossil energies. So are we just mad and schizophrenic, or why do we have this contradiction? I do believe that, and I think, again, this is open to discussion, because it is, again, a key question. Nobody really believes, well, at least in this domain, nobody really believes believes that the world will be able to have climatic policies stringent enough to move away from the fossil energy and without increasing the carbon budget. So we can see that, especially in France, the climate is a political marker, very strong one. And we see as well that it's not easy. A climatic policy is difficult to implement. Some programs, current programs, which are being printed, political programs, are based on the blockage of energy prices. The low price is essential for the population at large. So, again, last point. We want to phase out of the fossil energy. So what will be the world afterwards? What technology? What are we going to replace this energy with? What will be the economic cost? Will it be, hugely costly? So these are the questions we'll discuss now. So you've set the stage. So Patrick Pouyanné, let me mention a newspaper I like very much, L'Opinion. The artist showed a driver filling up the tank of his car. He looked at Patrick Pouyanné, who was shown in the drawing. He says, haven't you finished to oblige me to pollute? Often you said that demand today for oil is still increasing in the world, still rising in the world. So how do you pull out of such energies? Well, it's Carlos Tavares who should be on the drawing, not me. I'm not making cars. The oil companies do not produce cars. It's demand. I like your introduction. Well, I won't start like that, but okay. Let's go back to zero because okay. Set the stake. So okay, just a couple of reminders. Whether you like it or not, today indeed we do consume energies as fossil energy, oil, gas, coal, for a simple reason that man for centuries has looked for the best, cheapest energies. Well, coal and oil, he found them, especially oil. It is the most dense, and the cheapest. We won't be able to do better than that. And of course, they emit carbon. It produces carbon emission. So anyway, what you have to bear in mind, when I joined the oil industry 25 years ago, fossil energy amounted to 82% of the global energy mix. It's a global topic. It's not a French topic. Today, it's 81%. Okay, we did nothing, but we did a lot. In the meantime, the global population increased by about 1.2% per year, 2 billion inhabitants, and the demand in energy demand, because population grows, because most of the global population wants to have a better standard of living in many emerging countries and needs more energy, and last year it grew by 2%. So how do we cover the plus 2% per year? Well, it so happened that last year we did a lot of renewable. 600 gigawatts, but it's only 40% of the growth of demand. So therefore, right now we invest in low carbon energies, but we are not yet able to cover the additional demand for the given year. That's why the stock is not dropping. Hence, the coals made in Dubai first doubled the. Well, if you grow by 2% per year, we grow by 1% per year. Well, the problem will be easier to solve. And second, triple renewable energy, because if we can do 3 times more, well, we should be able to cover the annual growth. Then we'll have to deal with the stock. Renewable energy make it possible to produce electricity, but not all usages. I mean, we don't use it just for electricity. We use it to heat the houses, to move around. You may have electrical cars, but they're not electrical. And this is the equation we face: the global global growth and energy demand in Dubai was not just symbolic, the words. Behind that, there was a fire. It wasn't a struggle between oil producers and emerging countries. It's emerging countries and the West. Emerging countries today do not accept our diktat saying, you will not be able to grow as we did. And words are essential because, the transitioning away, I forgot what it means, transitioning away in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. So, and all words are important. And if some countries sign this agreement, because all the words are important, and words is that the climate issue is a global issue. We have to do more efforts. We have to do more. We have a historical responsibility. We developed our world and our economy and our well-being thanks to fossil energy. But it's useless if we cannot take everybody with us on board. Everybody. No, the topic is the transition at what speed, at what rate, and it is the rate at which innovations will take place. We have to change demand. We have to change the pattern of demand. We do have more electricity in the processes, but we have to make sure planes, and Anne will talk about that, will have accept that more than 50% of SAF, because they say beyond 50% we don't certify motors. So today there is a discussion of 2035 in many European countries. So at what rate will we do that? The rhythm, we know it is dictated by the price of energy. Because whether we like it or not, the problem is not just to do a transition, it has to be fair, and just, but even in our societies. One of the main discussions of the election in France is the price of energy, tax on electricity and so on, it's, everybody comes up with, ideas. But this is what is complicated to do, because again, energy is an essential good, and people have a limited purchasing power, and they need to consume them, and they want to do the transition. Okay, this is the brain left of the part, but the right-hand side, they said cheap one. But all energies we are developing now, they're less dense, but they cost more. So I cannot do a transition without having it more expensive. And the only answer, it can be done only gradually, step by step. If we can do it step by step, as we do in the airline, 1%, 2%, 3%, 6%, 10%, and this is the difficulty. Where scientists said that we cannot reconcile emergency and the ability of a society, a citizen, to create a big bang. It's not I don't want to. We cannot do it. We invest a lot in electricity at Total Energy. So this is the equation we have to solve, and therefore the world transition. Well, we have to find a way to make headways. You all want to have energy every morning. So there's one thing we will not be able to do, and which is the system we described today will keep us alive. As long as we don't have a carbon-free system, we cannot destroy the first one, and we have to keep living. So for the time being, we can't even avoid adding fossil energy. So, well, as long as we don't have the low carbon system, well, we won't do it. So it's not just a question of volume or preservation of reserves. We only have 15 years of reserves, or 18 years. So we don't. But we have to make the equation compatible. This is what we will discuss. So you will upload everybody at the end, mainly. So we started, that was a hell of a start. So maybe Thomas Bubrel, how do we solve this through political change, societal change, the world that comes after? We have to do it now. Tomorrow's world has to be done now. How can we reconcile this? We're all responsible with, the climatic urgency and our consuming habits or patterns. This is what you have to take into account in your business model. Well, first, let's say that this industrial revolution we witnessed in the last few years, technological revolution, led us to huge progress. and we're taking advantage of that today. But we have to understand that this model is reaching its end, and it's no longer sustainable or durable. I'm not an oil producer, nor a car manufacturer, but an insurance company, and we see what is going on in a society and what goes on in an economy. So, and this is what we see today, and clearly the climatic events will prevent us from keeping. We will not. It's such that we won't be able to keep the model. 20 years ago, we always had a couple of storms. Usually they were always at the same place, and climate change, the natural disasters were away from us. Today, things have changed, and because major climatic events, the frequency has increased, and these events are very close to us. Each and every one of you, each and every one of you have friends, family who face drought, to the point that will it be able? Are we going to be able to ensure the world? I'm getting there. So how can we live with this? So we all face this. Second, with time, the social fragmentation increased, continued. This is not just a climatic challenge, which means how can we lower the frequency of such events. There is also a point or an issue: how can we keep society united and keep the diversification in society? And this is what is damaging us. And when we talk about gradual change or transition, I fully agree. We cannot penalize. We have to support. It has to, but it is a problem of speed or rate. So what can we do? Or pace. So what can we do actually when it comes to climate events, major climatic events? Well, if we do not change our behavior, if we are not ready ourselves to invest, to deal with such climatic events, well, there will be more problems. Let me give you an example. If you take the US, you take the Katrina hurricane. 15 years later, there was another one called Irma. Exactly the same pathway, trajectory, but the cost have dropped by 60%. So at the time when there's been inflation, so what happened basically? Well, the people, companies and states invested in prevention instead of rebuilding exactly as it was in the old ways. They said, okay, so what can we do to better protect the population against the major climatic event? And this top aspect of prevention will become more central. What can we do to be better protected tomorrow? And certainly when it comes to insurance, the question is always, is tomorrow, today's world and tomorrow's world does it lend itself to insurance? Because, yes, but if we move on with climate transition, it has to be desirable in terms of social inclusion, acceptable in terms of social inclusion. And we have to accept as well that we all have a role to play. We are all responsible, and by integrating and practice doing prevention, so that we can have a better control over such climatic events, which will last. We'll continue the debate with André. Kathleen. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a question. Why are the main insurance companies pulled out of the zero carbon alliances? That's simple. I'm a great friend of those associations, and it was AXA was the initiators, that we would agree. The idea was that we would agree on support principles for the transition. It so happens that we did make headways, but it so happens that it is a fairly tricky subject from a political standpoint, and the view in Europe is different from that in the US. And if one day you face a demand for 24 attorney general in the US say we're going to sue you because you do not respect the competitiveness law rules. I'm an insurance company. I'd like to remain an insurance company, and I don't want to go to the courts in the US. So we pulled out of the alliance, but we kept doing it. And I heard Patrick Pouyanné talked about the sustainable aviation equation. Well, there's a discussion today on should we keep flying. You know, if we look at post-COVID reality, you know, people have never, you know, people fly all over the, you know, but there are rules, you know, rules that will change, will apply to the entire aviation industry with the fact that they have to include 5% of sustainable fuel. They're called the SAF, Sustainable Airline Aviation Fuels. So will Patrick Pouyanné, but I do really invite you to discuss, we started earlier, but, you know, at what price will it be able to supply the fuel? And will there be enough for everybody and for all transportation modes? If you don't mind, let me define the context, because SAF is what we do when we've depleted all other means, and probably to talk about air transport growth, to set the perspectives. In Europe, growth is more mature. When we say we explode the carbon emission, when we look between 2005 and 2018, we dropped in absolute value the Air France carbon emission by 6% because the technology, the air industry technology has improved. So it's not the SAF today, you know. It is new plane. The new planes are actually the best, you know. For each euro available, we'll invest in the fleet. Do you invest a lot? 1 billion euro per year. So Airbus 320, 60, Airbus 350, A350, 25% less carbon emission. And then we will also use all operational, optimize flight pathways, you know, how many meals you know, to do also the loading of the planes, you know, on-ground power supply, you know, intermodality with the French railways, you know, the Orly-Marseille today, or the, you know, all the hubs that can be done by train, we do it, you know, 41 TGV lines. Yes, of course, yes, we want you to love the train. But anyway, we want to make sure that the plane travel is not a nightmare. So once we've done that, it's not enough, because we have to double we have to double the drop in carbon emissions. So the emission by 2030, we want less, minus 30% per passenger. You know, there are also European mandate. The first one will be next year, 2% of SAF, and then we'll be at 6% SAF in 2030 for all the flights from Europe to wherever. So just to do a bit of pedagogy about the SAF, we hear about SAF. You know, it's going to be in competition with food supply, you know, and food safety. The SAF authorized by Europe is no competition with food supply, human or animal, and no deforestation. So when we buy SAF, be it in Europe or in France or to Patrick or to others, or in the US for the flights leaving from the US, because we want to go beyond that, they're always SAF that comply with all European regulations, and this is essential. So then the two questions around the SAF: will there be enough? Will there be enough? Today we have enough. We as of 2022, 1/3 of our needs are secure now, between now and 2030, DGFU, Total. We signed a memorandum of understanding. We're turning it into a firm contract. We think there'll be enough. After 2030, the question will come up, because mandates are, well, we'll have to put 20% in 2035, and in the south there are different SAFs. Well, I'll spare you the details, but we want to include part of the e-fuel. The availability of the e-fuels. E-fuels those are fuels which are created from CO2 and decarbonated energies. Well, clearly there is a true issue. How do we get enough? It's an issue of volume, but it's not today's issue. Today the issue is price. How much does it cost?
So let's turn to your neighbour to talk about SAF. SAF for everyone, for all modes of transport, will require major industrial changes for your refineries. It will require investment, and it's a change of model. What is it going to cost, and what SAFs are we talking about? Are they as green as all that? So listen, in Europe, we've dealt with this issue. There's a mandate that has been agreed with rules, and this is the only continent that has any rules. We talk a lot about SAF in the USA. There's lots of intention, but I haven't seen the rules being agreed yet. So when we talk about these new low-carbon energies, everyone says they want to do it until they see the bill, but they have customers and they're in competition. So this really is an issue of level playing field, fair competition. The Europeans said that within Europe we'll have equal rules, but what about people who go to Turkey to get their fuel? That's how people dodge the rules. I was in a discussion in Bordeaux, and I wanted to get a plane to go back to Paris, and I got I couldn't get a connection from Bordeaux to Paris by train, but with Turkish Airlines I could get back there. But all of this is an issue to do with the French laws. We look things from a very local point of view. I find it very ridiculous to make people do good behavior, which actually leads to bad behavior. I'm from Bordeaux, so I'm complaining about this. So business people from Bordeaux are angry about the types of decisions they're taken somewhere in Paris without thinking through all of the local consequences, and then people are surprised to see that there are issues when it comes to elections. Let's go back to SAF. We're going to produce a SAF, of course we will. We'll produce them. The issue is not the production technology. We can produce sustainable aviation fuel from biomass, from household waste, from animal fat, cooking oil, things like that. We know how to do it, and we can do it by reusing part of the machinery in our refineries. And so it's a transition within our refineries. We've transitioned La Med, which is a refinery near here, and we're going to transform one every 5 years. There's going to be less oil, less petrol, less diesel, but we're keeping the skills and the talents and creating new products. It's an ideal transition. I've got no doubt. We put in 300, 400 million euros of investment, and we'll do it. The issue is not so much the manufacturing, but the raw materials. We need these cooking oils and animal fats. Europe is very demanding and doesn't want us to talk about using vegetable oils. So we need to find the reserves of these oils. These industrial sectors are not very well organized. It's difficult to collect them. It's expensive. These same raw materials are not just going to be used for aircraft. They could be used for truck fuel, for boats as well. And there are other technologies as well. So the question we're asking, and when I see that Europe is taking decisions, I don't understand how these decisions are made to decide on what technologies need to be used. When we make SAF from biomass, such as household rate, it's about 3 or 4 times more expensive than oil-based kerosene, $600 to $800 per ton. And it's 3,000 for the SAF. When you talk about the e-fuels, these synthetic fuels that we're asked to put 1 to 2% in, it costs 8-10 times as much. The idea is to reduce our emissions. Why are we investing in raw materials, synthetic fuels that are going to cost 8-10 times more expensive when we're not finished using the stocks of what's much cheaper? I've not finished investing in the growth in our traditional things, and there's another thing where we can do use alcohol to to make fuels. I want it 3 to 4 times more expensive. I want to do that before we go to the thing that's 8 to 10 times. There are other people who have other technologies that cost 8 to 10 times more expensive. And when I say to Anne, it's going to cost 8 to 10 times as much, and you've got to put 1% of it in your aeroplanes, you'll see what the cost is going to be. I don't understand how these decisions are made. It's really tricky to make a synthetic fuel. European politicians are hard line. They want the best possible synthetic fuel. So you need green hydrogen, you need water, you need electrolysis to make hydrogen. It's not something that people know how to do on an industrial scale. Then you need to have biogenic CO2, not CO2 that comes out of factory chimneys. That's no good, but CO2 that comes from biological processes. And you need to combine that together to make synthetic fuels. In Japan, they said that in the first stage, they're not going to use biogenic CO2. They're more pragmatic about it. In Europe, we're wanting the purest product that will provide a total solution, but it's very expensive. It's very tricky. So at the moment, if I want to make synthetic fuels, I'm not going to invest in Europe. I'm going to invest in the USA, because in the USA, the tax advantages to make these fuels are much higher. So I've got no reason to do it in Europe. I need to do it over there. You'll have the fuels. We'll produce them. We'll make them. Costs are dropped when volumes are high. The more you make, the lower the costs are. But don't forget that there will be an impact on price. In aviation, I'm not too worried about Anne. I know that she's defending her customers, but because 80% of airline customers are among the 10% richest people in each country. So if we don't do the transition, I don't know how we can convince other people, the other citizens of a country who drive their cars to have a transition. This is an area where we need to do it, because the society is demanding it, and the price is not going to be too high. This is a key issue for me. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're saying the same kind of things that the two Greta Thunbergs that I've got at home are saying. Young people are very aware of the fact that generally it's the richest people who fly by plane. Annie Guy, have you got anything to say about what Patrick Pouyanné has just said? Is there any impact on the price of air travel and the number of flights? Yes, we have no issue in saying that this transition is going to be costly. We've started to do it because we said as soon as there was a French SAF mandate, we said there was going to be a surcharge, and Lufthansa has just followed in our tracks. We need to be very transparent with our clients to say it's going to be more expensive. But what we need, as Patrick said, is a level playing field. If we raise our prices, because generally air travelers are more able to pay, but if they can use a flight from Paris to Istanbul or a Gulf-based airline which doesn't have to follow European regulations, the customer will make that choice. If you have a choice between Barcelona and New York, no, not Barcelona and New York, but Barcelona and Bangkok, and you could fly either through Paris or through Doha, and there's a cost difference of €100 based on whether you use the European regulations. Customers will make a choice on the basis of price. So there's competition between our hubs, and so how are we going to absorb these costs in our business model? Currently, it's about 200 million between the ETS and SAF. That's just for 1% of SAF, and we're going to go up to 2% next year, 6% by 2030. So how will we bring our clients along with our business models? Because other continents are not thinking the same way. In South America, what they want is the cheapest possible air transport sector, because they want everyone to access it. In the USA, train travel is not an option. You're not going to travel overnight for 3 days to get between New York and San Francisco. Patrick said it very clearly. If we stop an airline, others will come in and fill the gap. So the issue for us is how can we do this transition in a voluntary manner with our customers, but without seeing the traffic shift to the Gulf and to Turkey, as it's happened in the last 20 years. It's a difficult equation. But at this stage in the discussion, one of the key players that we haven't heard from very much is the role of finance. We'd like to hear Thomas Bubel about the role of ESG. There might be some discussion between you and Patrick Pouyanné, because the issues of ESG is something that we hear a lot about in Europe, in the USA. It was the case, but it's perhaps fading away a little bit. So we could ask whether for some stakeholders, whether they need to stay in Europe or should they go and seek investors in the USA and get listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Are the ESG standards here to stay? Are they a stab in the back for the companies that want to put in place the transitions? We are not currently meeting the pace for green transition. My answer is I don't think we should think like that at all. I will tell you why I think like that as an insurer. We look at yields of our investments. A bond from a coal producer is no more profitable than a nice green project. So I see no difference. On the other hand, I need to look at the instance where I'm paying out on insurance claims. I need to look at the increase in damage. So in our view, it's senseless to continue the way that we're going at the moment. So we've decided on three things. We're going to invest a lot more in research. Our research fund is focusing very clearly on the energy transition. Secondly, we're going to invest to a greater extent in this transition, but to do it in a way that we're very clear about coal. We're going to move out of coal very quickly, and then thirdly, support industry in that transition. Fourth point in terms of investment, we're saying that all that we're not investing in coal anymore, we're going to invest into green projects, and that's been working well. We haven't seen any drop in the yield of our investments as a result. Another point is the issue around insurance. This is probably the biggest factor for us. Currently, if you want to produce coal, there is no insurer, no bank, and no asset manager will give you money, but you will still find money. But if you have no insurance, you won't get any funding at all. And that's why we hear the virulent reaction to what Catherine has said. I think in the field of insurance, we've been starting to say we are going to focus our insurance capabilities on businesses that are looking to go through this transition, who are focusing on climate change. And those that are opposing climate change, we don't want to insure them anymore. A final comment, there are some institutional issues where we need to see some development. First is the issue of carbon pricing. Currently, we're saying SAF is more expensive than other forms of energies, but the question is whether the CO2 price is right. A second point is the carbon emissions trading schemes. If I can offset 50% of deforestation that I haven't do as a carbon certificate, it's much too easy, and we need to regulate this market much better. Thirdly, we think that states, governments, national governments need to declare what they want. A lot of equity goes towards funding government debt. That means that the funding for green transitions are suffering from that. If in the future, national governments say we are going to allow you to invest further in green transition, we could go further. But in Brussels, people need to decide on the filters, what's going left and what's going right. Very simple question. Tomorrow, will you still be able to fund Total Energy? There is an issue. Some investors who are saying in Europe, I don't want to finance the oil and gas sector. So these companies are turning to investors who perhaps don't have the same rules in the USA, for example. Yes, it's true that we've been a bit more selective. About 5% of our investments are in companies that are very determined on their transitions. We are very focused on those stakeholders who've got these issues in mind and who have credible transition plans that are being implemented. Those that aren't doing that are no longer funded. Maybe Patrick Pouyanné could give us an answer. Is there a link with the fact that you talked about listing in New York? The link here is that there are fewer European stockholders and more American stockholders. We're already listed in New York. So this is a controversy that French people love to talk about. It's ridiculous. We're already listed in New York. It's a technical question about certificates and stocks and shares. We'll also be listed in Paris and Brussels and London. This is not a big issue, but everyone in France love these kind of controversies. It's rather surprising. I know that Total Energies is a subject everyone gets passionate about. It's quite funny, actually, when you think about it. Anyway, going back to what Thomas Bubel has said, here's my message for the Europeans. This issue of the investment labels in France has been looked at in a very dogmatic way. We also work in renewable energies. Renewables represent a third of my investment. Between now and 2030, we're going to invest 80 billion in renewable energy. That's what we're financing. It's massive. People say it's not enough, but 80 billion for a company like ours is huge. We're the only oil and gas company. All of our colleagues are going backwards. The USA never started, but our two English competitors have announced they're going backwards in Germany as well. But since we're French, because we like beating ourselves up, they say that Total Energies is the least climate friendly. It's frustrating, but we've got our strategy. I've got shareholders who are asking me why I'm investing so much in renewables that brings them less of a yield than oil and gas at the moment. But in 10 years, they're going to be profitable in investment. I want to ensure the long-term help of our company. It's not because of ESG, but it's because of our understanding of the variation in demand. We know that markets are going to have a peak oil moment and then decline. And my aim is for our business can contribute to this change. I know that here in France and in Paris, they don't like talking about the English papers like Financial Times, The Economist, welcomed what we do. It's great to see British papers congratulating a French company, but no one is profited in their own hometown, as they say. We are trying to produce much more renewable energy by 2030, and we've currently got 25 gigawatts. When you think about the curve, the graph, we're talking about fossil fuels. Will there be a final drop of oil? Even in the plans for 2050, there's going to be 20% fossil fuels, but there needs to be markets where there are carbon sinks. In order to create carbon sinks, we need to organize the carbon pricing market. That's urgent. People can't agree on it at the moment for dogmatic reasons. Some organizations say that if we're organizing a carbon market, it's to stop moving out of fossil fuels. No, we want to create carbon sinks. Stopping deforestation costs only $10 per ton. That would be great. It would be great for biodiversity for all sorts of reasons. There's lots of good reasons to stop deforestation. What's the future of the world? I think the future is increasingly electric. We wrote a document, the Total Vision for 2050. We want to create by 2050 produce a 50% electricity. We're also going to produce low carbon molecules, SAFs, e-fuels, synthetic fuels, and so on. And that will remain in our mix because the scenario we have, the net zero scenario, has about still 25% fossil fuels. That needs to be built. It requires a lot of investment. The 35% that we're going to invest in all of these electricity solutions and renewable energies, it will go up to 50% and will grow over time. But the condition is that we want to follow the demand curves, the technologies, as Anne very clearly said, and the example she gave us was that new planes consume less fuel. That's a good example. Our new cars are hybrid or electric. I don't mind consuming less. Total Energies produces the lowest carbon oil and gas in the world. Our petrol costs only $20 a barrel, so I can face up to a drop in demand. Our world in the future is going to be much more electrified. We need to electrify all our processes, but it's going to be based on other molecules as well, because we're going to need lots of other forms of energies. We need a lot of energy. So we need to move forward in this world, but it's not going to happen overnight. There's a piece of good news. In 2023, the world invested about 1,000 billion in fossil fuels, and it invested just as much in low-carbon energies, about 1,000 billion. We need to invest actually 3,000 billion. We need 1,000 to keep the system going, but that's where we need to grow. We need to increase the growth. There's one thing that I don't like at all, which is investing in coal. Everyone says coal is the enemy. Like Thomas, I made a decision early on in 2015 to pull Total Energy out of coal, but the level of investment is still the same. It's 200 billion per year. Why is that? Because it's the cheapest form of energy. There are so many emerging countries, not just China, India, Indonesia, Vietnam, who are looking for the cheapest possible form of energy, because our issue is ensuring access to energy, health and education for their populations. That's the world we live in. So could we not, as Western countries, find a way to pay these countries $200 billion to say, stop using your coal and use less fossil-based energies? That's a form of transition. In Dubai, there was one piece of progress. So we agreed that gas was a transition fuel, because when we build gas-fired power stations, there are 2 times less emissions than the coal-fired. So if we do that, we'll reduce our emissions massively. Thomas, we're talking about the future, but today's world is going badly. We can see the political consequences throughout the world, and I want to respond to what Patrick said. This world that is struggling wants energy, cheaper energy, to move around, to keep warm. So how can we face this pressure from public opinion? We're here in Aix-en-Provence, the sun is shining again now, but we know that in other parts of the world, the system is creaking. We're on the edge of the abyss. We're on the deck of the Atlantic and the orchestra is still playing. That's what I've been hearing here in Aix-en-Provence. Here we're on the deck of the Titanic. It's true for the economy, for the political system, for the climate. You're a key player in society. You see what's going on in Germany. Without being too political, what's your view of society today? Well, I think what we need is, country by country, a clear, concrete transition plan, talking about where we are today and what concrete steps need to be put in place in order to achieve a different world. So if you look at the country of my birth, where we had to replace the Russian gas, we've struggled to properly think through the supply chain as a whole, because if we want LNG, we're going to need terminals, boats, and so on. And it's more expensive. Yes, it's 5 times more expensive than Russian gas. So this issue of working on each country's specific transition and what we should do in order to ensure social equilibrium. Who's going to pay? That's a key question. I've never seen any country properly thinking this through. The only exception perhaps is Switzerland. In Switzerland, they've set a carbon taxing system whereby the polluter pays most and then the tax is redistributed. The national government doesn't hold on to any of it. This tax is used to ensure the health of the society, if you like. So you need to look, as Patrick said, market by market. Each country needs to have a strategy, a battle plan drawn up for this transition. I've never seen any country, apart from Switzerland, doing this. And a just transition, is that the only way to avoid the Titanic hitting the iceberg? I think what we need to keep doing is to continue to support European players and not weakening them. I think we're showing the way. Others are watching on to see how we get on. So if we can't do this transition and integrate it in our business plans, we won't be able to do it. There are some major changes in behavior in Europe, which we're not seeing elsewhere. In India, the major airlines have ordered 1,000 new planes. In the USA, the issue of climate change is talked about, but it's not having an impact on the economy. So we need to support our customers in their changes. We've seen a massive change, a 40% drop in energy demand after the COVID period. So we need to support our clients. We need more interconnection with trains and planes. So we need to think about how to help companies buy SAF. This is going to be important. The companies could buy SAF to reduce their Scope 3 emissions in their journeys. For individual customers, we're offering prices where SAF is included. People who decided no longer to take the plane are saying, actually, if there's a 30 or 40% of SAF, I could maybe take it. And so this kind of behavior is starting to be seen within businesses who want to reduce their carbon footprint. So I think this transition needs to happen gradually. We need to avoid local regulation, which will kill European players, and we need to develop our gradual understanding about what the cost of this transition will be and how we can share the burden. Patrick Pouyanné, in today's world, which is a precursor of tomorrow's world, you've explained that you are making a major effort for the transition, but there was a policy that you decided on which will have a big impact. You said that you would sell fuel for less than €2 per litre. In the political context that you talk about, is this a real issue, fuel prices? Are you going to be able to maintain this policy for a while? Yes, I thought that what Jean-Hervé Lorenzi wrote in La Tribune for Sunday's publication is very important. He said we need to believe in progress. And secondly, he said, I believe that in this complicated, fractured world, businesses have an increasingly important role to play. And so, yes, this decision I made was not fully economically rational. I only did it in France, in fact, because I understood that there was growing anger about fuel prices. This price cap is relevant to who? It's relevant to people in rural areas. When I take fuel to a rural area, it's much more expensive for me than when I take it to Paris. This policy has met French people where they're at. It represents a form of corporate social responsibility, and I do believe in that kind of thing. And in this context, we need to be very concrete in the way we act. So we can't say it's not our problem. It is our problem. We are part of this society. As French businesses, we need to be able to act. And similarly, I took a decision which didn't appear much in the media. I made sure that no employees earn less than 2,000 euros per month. That wasn't the case 2 or 3 years ago. We need to make a positive contribution. This discussion in France needs to focus on positive issues. There are so many assets in our country, but we tend to beat ourselves up. We try to keep talking about this divide in society, but there's so many assets in our countries. Businesses need to commit. We're not outside of society. I've 35,000 employees in France, so obviously what's going on in the country matters to me. That's what we need to do. We need to play this role very determinedly through concrete actions. So yes, we put in place this measure. It's there and it was going to stay, and I want to encourage all of those who are subscribers who buy their gas and electricity to keep doing so and showing that Total Energies offers all of these forms of energy. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to Jean-Hervé Lorenzi for your column in the Tribune. Thank you very much. We're getting to the end of this debate. Serge, I think this has gone well. We've even mentioned Jean-Hervé Lorenzi at the fan. That's great. Twice, in fact. That's great. And we've also mentioned the newspaper Le Progrès. We've talked about progress. Kathleen, could you wrap up for us with a very brief conclusion? In my view, carbon pricing would be what would avoid governance having to make decisions about technology. So a true carbon pricing scheme that reflects the social costs of carbon. And as you said, it's a worldwide problem. So developed countries need to understand that it's in their best interest to fund the transition in developing countries, in India, in Africa, and spend money to transfer the appropriate technologies. I think those are two key points that I would conclude with. Thank you very much to all of you, all four of you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Allô?
So welcome to this session devoted to the idea of whether world trade can still play a pacifying role. For decades, we believed that globalization would be a good thing and would do lots of good things for different nations. But we're seeing more trade conflicts come back between the United States and China. There's the war in Ukraine. I'm going to introduce to you our speakers for this morning. Clarisse Magnin, who's the General Director of McKinsey France, Jean-Jacques Guiony, who is the CFO of LVMH, Pierre-André de Calendar, President, CEO, and Honorary President of Saint-Gobain, and Saha Al-Bazar. You are a Member of Parliament and Deputy Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee for the Egyptian Parliament. And then Hinda Gharbi, who's just next to me, who comes from Bureau Veritas. I'm going to start straight away with you, Saha, if that's okay. Can we have a headset, please, for Saha Al-Bazar? I'll ask the question in English.
Je commence par vous parce que vous allez devoir nous...
I'm starting with you because you have to leave early. You have an aeroplane waiting for you.
The traffic in the Canal Suez is quite disturbed in the last month. Could you tell us what are the difficulties that is the tensions, geopolitical tensions are posing to your country, and what does it mean for you for the trade and globally?
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be among you today, and thank you for hosting me. And I'm so happy to be among this amazing lineup of panelists. So for the question of Suez Canal is important and vital globally and nationally. Globally, because 15% of the global trade ships, they pass through Suez Canal. And nationally, because it contributes to our GDP with around $10 billion annually, which is 2.3% of our GDP. The current situation is not the best, to be honest, and it's linked to peace. And it shows us the link between international trade and peace, whether regional or global. On the map, you can see Egypt is strategically located in the middle, and Suez Canal is linking Asia to Europe and also to Americas. So it's very vital. And what's happening now because of the war, and again, in the map, if you can see the borders, we have political instability in Libya, and we have civil war in Sudan, and on our right, we have the war between Israel and Gaza. And then the Houthis in Yemen, they keep attacking ships and blocking the sea, the Red Sea, which impacts the ships going through Suez Canal. What does that happen globally? What does that impact, and how does it impact the global trade and the national, on a national level? Globally, the ships have been dropped like almost 15%. Of the ships now, they started to reroute, and they take the longer route and not go through the Red Sea. Of course, they need to protect themselves against the attacks of Houthis. And what does that happen? What does that and how does that impact globally? First of all, it's not only the longer time for ships and deliveries. It's costly because it's longer, and for example, the ships from Singapore to northern Europe, it's now 70% more in greenhouse gas emissions. So you can see it's also impacting our climate. So again, we have to work on stabilizing the Red Sea because of this global impacts. And on a national impact, as I mentioned, it contributes to our economy heavily. It's $10 billion per year, and it helps in creating jobs in Suez Canal, and it helps in having USD cash flow in the economy that we can use in our business and in trade. Again, what does that happen? The impacts of it is, if that continues for a longer time, we will have a lot of people out of jobs, and we will have instability in the economy. And it's not only locally, because we have refugees in our countries. We have refugees in our countries that also look for jobs, and the local Egyptian people who are looking for jobs, they will lose jobs. How this impact Europe? Again, we will go back to the illegal immigration waves that have been happening until 2016, waves from illegal immigrations from Egypt to Europe. Whether before it was coming from another African countries, going through Egypt to Europe, but now we will have it coming from Egypt to Europe. So thank God we didn't reach that situation yet, but definitely it's vital to stabilize the situation in the Red Sea, and Egypt chose to have the diplomatic tools and mediation to try to maintain the peace in the Red Sea. Thank you.
Thank you. I will come back to you in one moment. Pierre Jacquet, je vous donne la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Pierre Jacquet, you now have the floor. Thank you very much. Yes, it might seem strange to ask this question about world trade and peacemaking. We were in a hyper-globalized state with very dynamic trade, and that hasn't prevented the emergence of a very conflicting situation at world level with wars in Europe. So the link between trade and peace is more complex than we might imagine. And as we've heard from our colleague from Egypt, it works both ways. We need trade, we need peace for trade to work. So the question of this link between peace and trade has existed for a long time. We've had many debates between economists, historians, specialists of international affairs, and I would like to pay tribute to a colleague who left us too early, Philippe Martin from the Cercle des Économistes, who unfortunately left us in December, and he did work on the links between trade and peace. And with Thierry Maillet, they showed that the idea that trade promotes peace is only partially true. There's a distinction between bilateral trade and multilateral trade. When you're trading with one country, the interdependency is such that each depends on the other, and there's very little incentive to war with each other. When it's multilateral, you can be at war with a country because you have trade alternatives with the rest of the world. So there's a basic difference between something that's bilateral or regional, and when we have something that's more multilateral. The ability of Russia to get around any bans, for example, because of the invasion of Ukraine, confirms this interpretation. So this idea that trade strengthens peace goes back to Montesquieu. He said the effect of trade is on peace because two negotiators become dependent on each other. So interdependency is a rational factor of peace, and this corresponds to what Immanuel Kant was saying at the end of the 18th century. It also corresponds to what our Western countries have experienced, especially with European integration and globally since the end of the World War. And it's this interdependency which is also a source of vulnerability, which may be real or just perceived, and may also be a source of conflict. And this takes us back to the idea of dependency and vulnerability. Trade is not necessarily a factor of peace in this context. What we have to keep in mind is that politics are dominating. So, economic interdependency, this idea overvalues economic rationality with respect to political autonomy. What I mean is that, it's not just about the economy when you are at war. You are at war sometimes, even if the economic cost of war suggests a rational response, which is not to go to war. So this political dominance, we underestimate it, we forget it, we've experienced it in a period when we thought that the economy was autonomous, and it's really not the case, and that's what we're rediscovering today with the return of politics. And as the European experience shows us, we've got a European Union, but this union hasn't been translated into the creation of political union. It's a kind of a political cooperation, but there are many things at stake that haven't been solved thanks to trade and economic cooperation. The second important idea is that this multilateral context that we have been seeing has become obsolete. And it's important to keep that idea of this framework in mind. It's not just trade that allowed us to enjoy decades of peace. It's the multilateral context in which trade was developed. It's not the trade itself. And so at the same time, you had the development of trade and peace, and that was a source of prosperity for our countries. And that period is behind us now. The third important idea is the importance of internal politics, domestic politics. So the trade system set up after the World War, why is it becoming obsolete? Well, it's because the world has changed, obviously, and that's an important reason. But these changes have increased the domestic conflicts and problems, and not just with respect to trade, but trade it goes hand in hand with a kind of propaganda, and that doesn't benefit everybody. There are winners and losers in trade. If we can't offset the losers, this creates social tensions, and they can be political tensions. What I mean by this is that accepting a multilateral framework for trade, and that's what we think of when we think of the prosperity. It depends on domestic politics. But today, domestic politics in many countries, including France, is marked by some considerable social tensions, making it very difficult to negotiate a multinational framework. To conclude, I'd like to say that we can't say that trade is a factor of peace. It's a factor of interdependency, and interdependency is a reality that is continuing. We can talk about deglobalization. We refer to the framework, but there's no decrease in interdependency. It's a political and institutional management of this interdependency at international level as well as at national level that is a factor of peace and prosperity. And that's the challenge that we have ahead of us. And we have to remember that it's not just about free trade. It's about regulating trade. It's about mutual recognition of differences and protection policies implemented by different countries. And that's the role of the World Trade Organization. And it's a role where we see constant negotiations about freeing up of trade in order to preserve the legitimacy of agreements and thinking having an impact on different groups. So it's the ability to manage politically interdependency with economic measures at these two levels, international and national, that is a factor of tensions and conflict. And so the responsibility of our leaders is at stake. Thank you very much for that. Pierre Jacquet has been talking to us about the role of politics. Sahar Baza.
What role can we play to have less confrontation between big blocs? We know that between the US and China there's big commercial confrontation. What do you think? How can we be more peaceful?
So thank you for the question. Egypt usually diplomatically stands in an equal distance between all stakeholders and all countries, whether they are in competition or in conflict. Because at the end of the day, we're talking about whether geopolitics diplomacy or we're talking about trade diplomacy. We trade with everyone. We trade with the US, we trade with China, we trade with the Ukraine, we trade with Russia. So we definitely keep this mutual stance. And we play different roles. We can play the mediator role by using our historical role of being the diplomatic player in the region in the Middle East to de-escalate the tensions that comes up every now and then in the Middle East, which impacts the global trade. And we play the role of strategic partner with international cooperations and international organizations, given our geographical location and our military capabilities, which helps normally in other situations in maintaining the peace in Red Sea and Bab el-Mandab. And definitely we also play a role in the environment part, because if we maintain peace in the Red Sea and ships decided to take the shorter route through Red Sea, not the longer one, will definitely contribute to the global change and minimize the gas emissions.
Thank you. Clarisse Magnin, je me tourne vers vous. McKinsey vient de publier un rapport.
McKinsey has just published a report about the new faces of globalization. It was published for the Rencontre économique d'Aix. It's about international cooperation. Are we seeing, do you think, a fragmentation of world trade? Giving the brilliant introduction by Pierre Jacquet, I was been wondering what I can possibly say, because he's summed up everything already. So perhaps very simply I can say this. Trade has a peacemaking role, that's the question, but my idea is no. And what about the increase in conflicts in the world? Is that having an impact on trade? The answer is no. That's my summary. So during the World Economic Forum, we publish a barometer of international cooperation that looks at 5 areas: world trade and capital flows, collaboration on the climate and the environment, 3, collaboration on innovation and technology, health and well-being, and 5, peace and safety in the world. So that's my answer in my introduction. So there's been an increase in international cooperation when it comes to trade. And over the past decade, there's been a considerable reduction in peace and safety across the world. And that's sad to see. It's being reflected in a number of indicators: who are the victims of wars and conflicts, the displaced populations, and then these cyber attacks that are another form of war affecting states, but also companies. So the correlation between the increase in world trade and peace, well, unfortunately, we cannot really confirm it. However, my idea, my theory is that this nevertheless affects international trade. And so this comes back to your question about, are we becoming regionalized or are we becoming deglobalized? What we're seeing is that during the Cold War, we had the Soviet Union and the United States. Today, we have 5 or 6 major zones of influence: the American influence, the Chinese influence, the Russian, Indian, Western Europe, and the rest of the world. And what's happening in terms of international trade? Well, we've measured whether trade between countries that are geopolitically close and friends, or who are distant, is it going up or down, that trade? We're seeing that the trade with non-aligned countries is going down on average between 4 and 6%, except in the United States, where they've been more draconian. They've reduced their trade by 10% with non-aligned countries. China, for example, you've seen that there have been trade restrictions put in place. At world level, we've gone over from 650 to 3,000 in 2023. We've seen an increase in customs barriers between the United States and China. So they've reduced their Chinese imports by 9 points. That's huge, from 24 to 16%. So this has consequences. This has effects on the rest of world trade, because, you know, the Americans, they've decided to increase trade with Mexico, geographically closer, and Vietnam. geopolitically close to them. And so the Chinese are losing out on part of their exports to the United States. So they're redeployed to the rest of the world.
And Europe, on its side, has remained very open, and since it's lost one of its main commercial partner, which was Russia, French turned to rather to the U.S. as instance, in fact, and some other countries, such as Germany, have turned to China. So Europe has remained a continent that is very open to the rest of the world. And to answer your question, is there a regionalization? The answer would be no. The multipolar world allows for everyone to have multiple partners. However, the element of war and tension, geopolitical tension, is affecting the world and is redefining all the flows, all the economic flows. Thank you very much. Jean-Jacques Guilloni, how do these commercial tensions that we're talking about since the beginning of the morning is affecting companies such as LVMH? You're at the forefront, aren't you? Yes, but as always, in theory, everything is simple at LVMH. If you look at the major production factors that affect us, we are regional integrators. We source leather, for example, in a tannery in the Limousin, a French region. We're going to assemble it in a different region of France, Loire-Atlantique or Creuse. So it's a regional actor in terms of production, which added value is not to aggregate components from diverse origin, but to do some local sourcing. And second of all, if you look at the competition in the luxury sector, if you take French and Italian companies, there's no real competition of currencies, which is often a very destabilizing factor in terms of world trade. So the products are from a constant origin, and we can imagine that all the countries receive them the same way. So we have a vision of globalization that is rather simplified. The reality may be a little bit more different. Without going back to what was said previously, but commercial strategies, aggressive strategic strategies exist. I'm going to talk about dumping, but we're not far from it. Whether it's dumping with currencies, dumping with standards, these strategies exist. When they start to emerge, they create considerable tensions between various actors, world actors. And the best example that we have today is electric cars in the US and in Europe. The US decided to tax them, and Europe is looking into that as well. It probably has already made the decision. And the answer of the Chinese is to have an anti-dumping survey on cognac. We can see that there's a very close link between electric car and cognac. And what is the common point? It's us, because there's not that many exporters, and we export everywhere. So as soon as there is a problem in an international conflict, we are the ones who have to explain, negotiate, and say that our cognac is good, and Pernod Ricard and Rémy Martin are with us in this debate. But the industry, our industry is of size and nature, is not capable to fight in the same arena than electric cars. We don't have the same ambition. So we are very often the hostages of conflicts. We could see with the previous U.S. administration that may be the future American administration. We found ourselves at the heart of conflicts that were a bit strange, with some risks, and with custom taxes that were asked for the producers of Roquefort. Well, if they put some taxes on customs tax on Roquefort, no Roquefort will be sold in the U.S. So we want to be a regional actor and still participate in globalization. And however, we can find ourselves hostages in conflict that have nothing to do with our activity and our business. Pierre-André, de Chalandard, how do you see tensions between the big countries weigh on your business? I want to say I love Pierre-Jacques' introduction, and he said many things much better than I would have, so I'm not going to repeat them. So I would like to complement a few points. I'd like to introduce an element that you just touched upon, is trade and peace. There's an element common to both, is growth and prosperity. And if you look at the world of economists, it's a topic where there's a link that always works. Trade is good for growth. Free trade is good for growth. The economic theory shows it, and practices has showed it as well. So I feel like we have a slowing down of global trade right now that leads to a slowdown of growth. This is a very important link. So, but if we talk about peace, peace is not about economy. So the link between growth and peace, if trade and growth work together, we have to. Why isn't it linked to peace? Because peace is up to the political arena. And so we should. I want to make two other points. The cost of political tensions. I'm very struck to see that the attitude of the countries depend on how they're faring. I'm going to give you an example of two countries which are prone to say there's a problem. It's France and the US, two countries that have big commercial deficits, two countries that you could see in a negotiation, or the first one to say we need to have more free trade is Germany and China. So if we manage to position ourselves well, and we need an interior policy, it's true, some countries are doing better than others. And thank God we have this luxury sector, but France is not just about luxury, so that's what explains all the problems that you may face. We have this attitude, generally speaking. The third point is when we talk it's the political that win, I agree with you, and if we read again the 50 last years, we could see that for a long period of time, you talked about the framework, but we had for a long period of time the Pax Americana, and the international framework, the WTO, Bretton Woods organization, they were held by Americans, and it was being reinforced after the years 90s with the explosion of global trade between the 90s and 22 is Pax Americana. And it's the American hegemony. What is being challenged today, much more than COVID and the war in Ukraine, is the rise of China, and it's the American-China rivalry. So that, and the Americans are looking at things differently, and trade, instead of being the common interest and the American interest to be a peace factor, trade today has become a tool of tension and a tool in the war. That's what sanctions are about. It's a hybrid tool now, trade, when in times of war. It's not good for growth, but unfortunately, we're looking at the political arena, and as we see it in many places, unfortunately, politics are not always rational. And to answer to what Jean-Jacques Guény said, that LVMH is always here when there's to be hostage in conflicts or to take a bullet. How do you escape that? Well, the answer that we have for the last 15, 20 years at Saint-Gobain, if that's your question, the answer of Saint-Gobain is not an answer that works for everyone. It was our way to address that. We are working on local markets, on local businesses where our products don't travel. So we reduce the geopolitical risk by working in just a limited number of countries, and we're not linked to these flows of trade. We are for some sourcing, for some, but if you are in local markets, you escape these issues. So that's a good answer for Saint-Gobain, but it's not the right answer that we can have as a country. Thank you very much. Ina Garbi. Bureau Veritas has a particular story with globalization. Maybe you can explain that to us. What are the conditions, in your view, to do trade, to make of trade a pacifying method, tool? Hello, everyone, and thank you for this invitation. For me, I'd like to take a different stand than my friends at this roundtable. We need to put the human back at the heart of the discussion. I'm an industrial, I'm not a politician, so I'm going to have a hard time to discuss politics. But the human side of it, the communities, and what's happening with trade is very important. Bureau Veritas is a company, bicentennial company that has had the opportunity and played a privileged role to see several industries in the whole world, in over 130 countries, and what gives us a good vision of what's happening in communities. Trade, I look at trade as a pacifying tool because it improves the livelihoods of the people in those communities. Of course, we can always say, but there's exploitation, but the reality is there's some very good actors, there's some actors that are less good, but everything is going to be within the framework of the trade. How do you regulate trade to make sure that it benefits from all the communities everywhere in the world, not only economically, but on all aspects? We see it more and more with the improvement of practices. We see it in things as simple as road safety, education, health, and awareness of the choices that these populations may have. So for me, the pacifying aspect is this opening that global trade and trade in general brings into the communities. It's the opportunity for these communities to choose, to challenge the authorities by asking for better conditions. And if it is not at the macro level, it contributes to push towards more pacifying, more peaceful relationships. So, of course, the point that was made that was very important is that there's an interdependence that we can see every day. Be very important. We talk a lot about supply chain movements. It's not going to happen night and day. We can change a few things, but there's some skills and human capital at stake. I'm going to give you a very simple example. We talk about CHIPS Act. It's this law in the U.S. that gives big subsidies to build plants, manufacturing plants of electronic chips, but they are located in states where there's no qualified population, no technical schools. So the reality, there's an interdependence that makes states think about the political choices that they will have to make. And there's an improvement of the livelihoods and living conditions, which allows the populations to challenge the authorities. So maybe I'm in a different situation than my colleagues, but I don't think we should lose hope. When we think about trade, we have to support trade, and we have even, of course, it can be used as a weapon of war with sanctions and all that. But thank you. Thank you very much.
So we can trade more with friends. What's the consequence of reducing interdependencies? Well, I think it echoes what's already been said. You know, what are these interdependencies? I refer to them as essential resources, energies, minerals, and basic metals. And each region in the world, and to come back to what Hinda was saying, there isn't one region in the world that is not dependent of on at least another one with respect to 25% of its resources or goods or services that are essential. So we're all interdependent, but we're not all as interdependent as each other. The United States are not interdependent for energy or minerals. They're just a bit short of basic metals. In Europe, we are interdependent for the three: for energy, 50%, minerals, over 50%, and basic metals in a substantial manner. So perhaps I have this vision of that's a bit too negative, but you know, there are resources that are scarce. There will be other decarbonized solutions for energy in the future. But just to give you another example of a resource that we don't hear much about, food. The Middle East is 50% dependent on the supplies of cereals. So you can see the glass half full or half empty. These interdependencies mean that we must find, and as we heard from our colleague, we must find a way to interact with others. So civil societies are throwing out globalization. They're only seeing the negative effects. And I don't want to talk about political subjects, but you know, they're talking about purchasing power. And what is that? It's the cost of energy. This cost of energy, you know, I'm coming back to this. It's a reality. It's a problem. France has a lot of good energy resources, but fewer resources in other ways. So Europe is gaining in terms of exporting. So the commercial balance in France has been negative for over 15 years. So these are complicated subjects. There's no easy answer. But if we can better understand these macroeconomic mechanisms, I think we can probably find more cooperation solutions. And the last point, this is what Pierre-André was saying. You're right about globalization and international cooperation. It's started stagnating in 2020, so it's been 4 years now. Even if there's been a global increase in trade, we've reached a kind of plateau. And so perhaps, yes, you know, correlation doesn't mean causality, but perhaps the problems of peace and safety and economic wars are affecting growth that leads to prosperity, etc. Yes, so how can Europe go about managing these economic wars between the United States and China? Do we have a role to play, Pierre-André de Chalendar? Let me just go back over history. We heard about Montesquieu, but the best illustration is Jean Monnet and the father of Europe. And that is the European coal and steel community inside Europe. It worked. And then there was the Americana Pact. But I'm just talking about Europe, which is a great example. So the subject today is not inside Europe, even if, as Clarice said, even if the benefits of the common market have to be underlined for general public opinion. The result of Brexit speaks words on the matter. So today, with the end of the American hegemony and the relations between the United States and China, how can Europe be positioned? Europe is the last place where we want to claim that we have an older system based on multilateralism. So we've never positioned ourselves as a geopolitical power. So what should we be doing? I think four things are needed. First of all, we have to continue to recommend multilateralism. We mustn't align with American positions. I think that's very important. Even if we're the only ones who continue to talk about multi-services, but we mustn't be the village idiot either. And that's the way Europe is seen sometimes. So this means going back to reciprocal rules with respect to customs, tariffs. We have to have something that's reciprocal with respect to customs tariffs, but also with respect to foreign investments and also with respect to access to public contracts. The third point, and Clarice mentioned this, is that taking into account the high dependency of Europe in certain areas. We must try and reduce our dependency on a certain number of materials that are critical. The Critical Materials Act was a start, but we must continue in that direction. The fourth point is that we've got to be better in-house. In other words, when we look at what the Americans are doing with Iraq, when we see the Chinese policies today, we need an industrial policy that is European so that we can boost competitiveness. We've got to be good inside of Europe. But this means a slight change. It means building a European vision, a geopolitical vision, and we're not there yet. Thank you very much, Jean-Jacques Guioni. So your opinion on the subject? So we don't want any trade wars in Europe, do we? Well, the answer is in the question, if you ask it this way. It's an eminently political subject, and it's also ambiguous in the sense that, moving towards a trade war from a political point of view is bad for the economy, it's bad for politics, but having a martial posture, that can have an impact on politics. So it's very ambiguous, this topic. When you accept that ambiguity, which doesn't help us with the solution, it means that you have to come back to fundamentals. It's important for Europe to exist as Europe. It mustn't be the hostage of trade wars. When somebody starts to say that there might be a problem with Europe, we need to underline the interests of exporters, as part of LVMH. I know what I'm talking about. We mustn't cede to immediate trade interests because long-term interests are important too. I think in the long term, we don't want to weaken European companies. So this means there will be times when there will be tension. Look at China and electric cars. Look at the customs tariffs in the United States with respect to these products. So there's an increased tension between China and the European states. Europe is threatening of doing the same thing. We're doing surveys, investigations. I talked about cognac earlier on, but there are other investigations being carried out in China. China is saying to itself, Europe is a weaker actor politically, geopolitically, but also economically. And Europe is divided, However, we might talk about the success of Europe, which is undeniable, but we mustn't be, the broken arm. We've got to define the conditions for the success of Europe in international trade. Thank you. Hindegardi, what do you think about these subjects? Well, I would like to come back to two things that are lacking today when it comes to this subject in particular. Innovation, and that's very important. We're not hearing about it. Innovation means that we will not be fragmented. Trade needs innovation, and we're seeing this increasingly in all discussions on artificial intelligence. But the real subject, the real point is that we're changing quickly, and so we will need worldwide skills. So innovation is another vector, as far as I'm concerned, that should have a pacifying role, but we're in a very transitional and young phase for the moment. We don't yet have the framework in order to develop innovation. But perhaps I can come back to the subject of supply chains, because it is a question of supply chains. And how are they going to change? And the example of the electric vehicle is very interesting. Today, we have tariffs in the United States and Europe. The reality is that we work with Chinese producers, but, they're doing things in Mexico. They're setting up their ramparts in that country. There's such an interdependency in these supply chains that the main stakeholders will move and follow politics and make sure that they can serve the markets that are of interest for them. So whether we're talking about the Chinese government or other governments, we have to make do with the reality of these economic actors because they can't do without certain markets. We're observing this. We are there as a watchdog, but we can't imagine a world that is highly fragmented. So I remain very positive. Jean-Jacques Guiony, I'm coming back to you. So we've talked about the benefits of globalization. Is it they're being contested today? Should we be pursuing free trade at the moment? What is the French position? So it's the worst and best of everything in economics. At European level, you've got two visions. You've got the Ricardian vision that says trade strengthens global added value for the whole economy. So trade is good for everybody, and it creates interaction. So it paves the way for peace. This is what Ricardo said. In the European Union, there's a second school of thought, which is much more focused on normalization, standardization. In Europe, we have to set an example at all levels, and we have to provide European consumers that are covered by these standards. So these two visions are a little bit conflictual and a little bit contradictory, especially when it comes to free trade agreements. When we think about the Mercosur free trade agreement, where you've got quotas, I'm a bit surprised. Either it's good and we don't need quotas because, as the Anglo-Saxons say, we're on a level playing field and we don't really need to protect companies. But if we set quotas, it means that the competition is not equivalent. So how can you get public opinion to accept that kind of thing? Because, everything is political. How can we get public opinion to accept certain things in agriculture as well? Okay, we've got quotas in the free trade agreement, but they're probably imbalanced because otherwise we wouldn't need these quotas. So for me, this is a problematic solution. Hinda Karbi, let me come back to you. So the growth of ESG criteria, there's a basic trend here. Is this changing trade at world level? So this is what I was saying to begin with. The improvement in living conditions means an economic improvement, but it also means very specific frameworks for the environment and for the adoption of social and governance practices. And I think that without, getting involved in systems that are too rigid, this is something that concerns all stakeholders across the world. This is something that wasn't very well defined in the past, but I think it can certainly help us to improve dynamics of economic stakeholders in several countries across the world. And I think it can also contribute to pacification, but it's positive in any case. Clarisse Magnat. So consumers, we've talked a lot about the role of politics, but what about consumers? So that's a vast subject. Consumers, we are seeing, can adopt boycott positions. They can boycott products depending on who is manufacturing a product or supplying a service. So there's a certain level of sensitivity in citizens and consumers to geopolitical issues, to the question of social dumping. This is what we've seen in studies, what consumers say. They're ready to pay more for practices that are more virtuous. But, when the economy is not doing so well, the message is not really reflected in reality. So, in spite of what people say. So beyond consumers and their purchasing behavior, the real subject is public opinion. How do you kit out citizens so that they can form an opinion of these topics and have something to say and feel that what is happening is fair. So if I hadn't drawn up my report with my colleague, Mathieu Paca, I don't know whether he's in the room, we spent perhaps 6 months together looking through everything, going through everything with a fine-tooth comb. So we're educated, we work in business, we work for company heads. We wanted to understand what was happening, whereabouts we were going, how we might expect a citizen, a normal citizen, to understand these challenges. So it's a real question of education, of popularizing complex phenomena to make it possible to then guide choices so that people make the right choices. So if it's just among ourselves, among politicians, we're not going to get other people on board, the ordinary people on board. So this point of view will be highly isolated. And that's why, it's good to come to Aix, to the Rencontre Économique, to look at the genesis of diversity, so to see, how we can disagree and discuss and move forward, find the right solutions for our Earth, let's say. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. Pierre Jacquet, you have the floor for the conclusion. Yes, I'd just like to take away 5 messages from this panel discussion. The first is the essential reality of interdependency, not just the conventional kind of interdependency that we've experienced, but there are 2 things that were mentioned that seem to be central. Innovation, that is a dimension. We've seen it with the COVID crisis, this interdependency that was necessary. But there's the economic of public goods. If we think about the fight against climate change, protection of biodiversity, these are things today that are really interdependent. Why? Because the solution could only be a collective solution. And I think that this is a very important point that makes us all mutually dependent on each other. And this can be conflictual, especially when it comes to relations between the North and the South. The second point that I'd like to point out is to put human beings at the center of the discussions, even when we talk about growth. And I can only be in agreement with what you've said. The problem is, who is benefiting from growth? Who is reaping the benefits? I think human beings are at the heart of the objective of the economy, of trade. And if we can't set up the link, we're losing the ability to go into trade properly. And we mustn't lose sight of that. The third point, how can we organize multilateralism and this multilateral framework? We've got to have major countries inside that framework today. How do we negotiate with them? They don't have the same system of values. How do we go back to the negotiating table with them? This is a high level of politics. It's not about negotiating just trade policies. It's about negotiating mutual recognition of values. And I can see that time is ticking, so let me speed up. Fourth important point. In order to benefit from trade, we have to be strong. I think that several members of the panel mentioned this. We have to be strong, but not just from an economic point of view, not just from the point of view of international competition. We don't want to accuse foreigners, and I'm not linking things up with the political debate in France at the moment. We're going to be accusing globalization. That would be a mistake, because the problems of our country do not come from globalization. They come from our country. So being strong is about managing one's own problems without taking foreigners for scapegoats. Now, there are limits to this. There's an American philosopher, William James, who at the start of the 19th century, or the start of the 20th century, who said that war and having an enemy was a factor of social consensus, and that's what we're seeing every day. And he asked a question for which there's no answer. What is the moral equivalent of war? And I think that our discussion, is about that. And then the last point, and then I will finish with the question, is trade a factor of peace? Well, it goes both ways. So what's interesting for us is how can we have a virtuous circle between peace and trade like we had during the 30 years after the war? Thank you very much.
Hello? Hello, I would like you to take a seat, please. We shall start this third roundtable of the morning on a European topic, the topic of European standards. Are they a source of inspiration for the world or not? And before I present to you our four keynote speakers, one of them is following us on video conference, and I think I'm going to give the floor without further ado to Benoît Curé from the Cercle des Économistes to start the debate. Thank you, Beatrice, and hello, everyone. This debate on European standards is quite current at the day where Europe has just voted for a new parliament and will have a new European Commission and will give it a new roadmap for the next 5 years. And why is it so current? Because the European method in terms of standards production is at stake. Europe is being accused to be producing too many standards, and some of them are taking it even a step further because they say that we're receding in technology because we're producing too many norms and standards. So the previous European Parliament was really very active in producing standards. Let's put it this way, just to give you one example, when the authority of competition, which I preside, has started the study on generative AI, that was followed by a report that was published last week, which I encourage you to read. I'm doing a little ad here. We started by mapping out all the European legislation applying to generative AI. We have the general regulation on data protection. We have the copyright directive. We have the regulation on numeric data, on data governance, and we also have now a regulation on AI. So that's a lot of fairies that are watching, that are trying to look at the baby, and we don't know if they're good fairies or bad fairies. At the same time, Europe is receding in terms of productivity and in key sectors like AI or green technologies. So the question is, all of that for that. So I'd like to start by saying that European standards are absolutely necessary to ensure the functioning of a unique market. A unique market that Jacques Delors called the cornerstone of European construction. It would be a major mistake to think that we can reestablish European competitivity and sovereignty without basing ourselves on this cornerstone, which is a set of standards that allow this unique market to work and function. And that's what allows us to scale up, which are key in all industries of today, protect our markets. The recent example is the regulation of foreign subsidies that was adopted a few months ago. And it is also a good thing in France to complain about the extraterritorial scope of American law, but the European law is the same because it applies to global companies, and that's the way it is. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't be making better laws or less laws at the European level. On a personal note, I think that giving the skills to the member states is not the best idea at the time where we really need to scale up and have scale effect, and where the finance, the member states are quite empty. But a European approach could be maybe more strategic with less priorities, better defined priorities, common European financial tools applied to these strategies, and better proportionate to lift the weight that is the weight that is on a lot of small European companies. And in terms of environmental affairs, I am sure that the misunderstanding of companies, the CSRD of companies, but also of European citizens facing the tsunami of new environmental rules, imply that we need to change methods and rules without reducing our ambition. I would like to conclude by a beautiful quote of Václav Havel, When he received the Charlemagne Award in Aix-la-Chapelle, he said the task of Europe is not only about spreading by violence or not its own religion, its own civilization, its own inventions, or its own power. If Europe wants it, they could do something. It could do something else more modest and more beneficial throughout its behavior. It could show that it is possible to treat our planet with consideration and to think about the next generations. I will stop here. Thank you, Benoit. So now we're going to start our roundtable. I would like to introduce our four speakers. Thank you very much. Stéphane Boujna, you're General Director of Euronext. Next to you, we have Nicolas Notberg, you're Director of Vinci Concession and President of Vinci Airports. Neil Richmond, you're Minister of State at the Department of Finance of Ireland, and following us on video conference, Tanja Mišević, you are Minister for European Integration of Serbia, and you're specialized of political science. Benoit, you said it, too many norms, too many standards. We've had too many of those in the last years. Are these standards are exportable? And I'd like to start with an example. In air freight, in the air, with a unique sky. Can you tell us more about this standard? How does it get exported? Thank you. We'll have negative examples. I'm going to try to bring a positive note on a topic that you know, which is the unique sky, European sky. How does it work? The traffic rights between countries. You have a national company in one, a national company in another one, not only in Europe, everywhere in the world, and they negotiate traffic rights for their respective companies between country A and country B. It is not very efficient. What Europe managed to produce is any company based in one country, a country A, has the right to operate without limits any lines, any destinations between other countries within Europe. So that allowed for major progress, the democratization of air freight in Europe and air traffic in Europe, which reduced the prices, and you can travel with different airlines throughout Europe. Economic benefits, this is the biggest transfer of richness between the north and the south within Europe. Tourism and going to countries such as Greece and Portugal that were suffering very badly a few years ago, 10 years ago, they're doing better because the share of the tourists in their GDP is increased, and this tool, which is the unique sky, has allowed them to benefit from it. We have 75 airports. We manage the airport of Phnom Penh, in Cambodia. A region that is less impacted by the superpowers of North Asia and Indonesia, Singapore. We want to make sure that they have the same type of devices. Americans and Mexicans, because you know that the American economy is trying to do what the reassuring, to relocate in Mexico some things that were in China. And there's a big work that is being done on traffic rights everywhere between Mexico and the U.S. and the countries such as the Dominican Republic that welcomes a lot of American tourists has just benefited from a very free regime. Latin America is thinking about it. A country like Chile that operates, we operate from Santiago Airport, has benefited for those from those rights. So the reason we have a right to complain about a number of reasons, but it seems to me that Europe has managed to accomplish a few successes, and this unique sky and to free for companies the capacity to move has brought a lot of growth within Europe, a lot of transfer of wealth that are better than transfer of subsidies between countries, and there are many regions in the world that are thinking now, when today closing up is a topic, it's good to have values of openness. I would like to greet the Serbian minister who is following us online. We operate from the airport of Belgrade, and Serbia applies this unique sky rule because they already asked us to open to tourism and to relations with the rest of Europe. So this is something that they did in anticipation for the countries such as Serbia to anticipate being open to the rest of Europe. Thank you very much. Stéphane Boujna, are there other examples of exporting standards? Is it something, do you have an example? Is it an example for the world? Well, on standards, historic standards, for those of you who remember when they were young and fit, you had the GSM, which is an incredible adventure. We'll remember where we had, it's the first cell phone that worked in Europe, and when you arrived at the US, you had to rent, a different phone, and Europe was ahead in terms of cell phone, ahead of the US. It's not the case anymore, of course. If there's an example of export of the European system of value through the standards, I think it's the whole ESG domain. ESG is a fantastic attempt to bring European values, often from Nordic inspiration, to export it to the rest of the world with the money of our asset managers, to bring this system of value. We tell the companies from everywhere in the world, if you want us to buy your equity, you need to consume less carbon, you need to be nicer with the environment, and you need to have a better and more transparent governance. These preferences are very European in their style. It's a European vision of capitalism that we're trying to export to the rest of the world. Parts of these goals are common with the US. On some other points, there are clashes. I can give you an example if you want, because I have a lot of experience, and I'd like to bring them up now. If we talk about the diversity part of the ESG, we remember with the US there are clashes. I manage a listed company. I do roadshows. I meet investors. The American investors tell me this is great what you're doing on the environment, and the E on the S of ESG, it's hard to do better, because when you have 58% of the GDP, which is socialized, it's you do G a lot. And on diversity, I'm being told it's good what you do on diversity for gender in your governance, but we would like more ethnic diversity. And then you explain to them politely that in Western Europe, it's not easy to make statistics, ethnic statistics, and the color of skin or the racial status. It's difficult to do that. The last time we did that was between 1933 and 1945, and the conclusion is that all the European countries except for the UK, because were faced with the consequences, realized that it's not a good idea to do this profiling. So on certain topics such as diversity, with Americans, we have a real difference of views. Some standards, like the ESG standards, they're extremely powerful tools to export our value system with our capital. But on the other hand, that's what was said earlier, there's a lot of doubt. It's not only this bulimia of standards, because the basic example is the link with the market. At the beginning of the 19th century, in all cities of France and Europe, there was a gap of about between 10 minutes and a half hour in the hour of every city. It took the train to really unify the hour. So, because how can you manage a train system if you don't know when they leave and when they arrive? So the unique market requires a form of standardization. The only reason why the rest of the world is respecting us, the Chinese and the Americans, is because we have a unique market. The difficulty and the transition that took place in those last years is a migration towards some standards that are produced without a political steering. And I think that's what DORA is the case of that, is an example of that. Things that were invented by a community of people copy and paste some texts of law at the commission, and they're in the logic of compromise for the sake of compromise, and then they end up in a final decision where they still want to compromise for the sake of compromise, and they come up with a very heavy text, and then they hand it out to people and say, make sure it works, make it work. So it's not that we need standards to have a unique market. It's not about the efficiency. It's the cost itself of standards that has become, at the European level, very too heavy. It's about the making of the standards. Yes, it's just one thing. It's the political steering, because when there's some political leaders who assume the responsibility of the transformation, things can go very fast. If you want to buy 450 standards, and particularly technical standards, is this production too slow, too complex, too politic, or not enough political? I would like to hear the opinion of Neil Richmond. How does this production of standards has helped you in Ireland? What do you have to say on? What is your take on that?
Yeah, well, I think I'm going to speak in English, if that's okay. I think it's very important to look firstly at the history of Ireland, where we were and where we've come from, and how we've been able to utilise European standards to advance. Because yes, they require a massive financial investment, a massive political investment, but there has to be a reward at the end of that investment. And just to give the context, when Ireland joined the EEC in 1973, 55% of our exports went solely to the United Kingdom. We didn't have any large indigenous industry. Our public transport links were absolutely negligent. We didn't have the standards in terms of air quality, water quality, and indeed I'd argue societal quality that would be expected of a modern progressive European country back in the 70s. We move on over 50 years and the advancement has been total. The advancement has been due to not just blindly adopting Europe, it's creating those next generation vaccines beyond COVID and lots of diseases, making sure that they're produced to the right European standard in factories that are of a European standard, but crucially with workers who are trained to a highest possible standard and are open to bringing in workers from across the European Union, companies from across the European Union, but also outside the European Union. So absolutely, getting standards, this has to frame then the thought process for political leaders, not just at a European level, but crucially at a member state level and then a regional and local level, because we can't forget that it's all well and good having the discussion in Brussels, in a room, in isolation, but the politician's responsibility is to go back in their community and say, this is the decision that's being made, this is how we're going to implement it, this is how we're going to support that transition, and the transition can at times be difficult, but the end result will be so much better. And that in turn means that we have to bring the conversation back into the negotiation tables, be it in form of a trialogue with the Council or the Commission and the Parliament, saying, well, we absolutely want to get there. We want to get to this destination in terms of standards in the next 5 years. You're right, there's a lot of work has been done over the last 5 years in standards, but how can we support the business sector? How can we support our farmers? How can we support our people in order for them to make that transition too? So it's all about having the best level of communication. And the thing that we have to stop constantly referring that this is somehow a weight or a burden. We have to start focusing that this is the opportunity, because we're in a very divided globe at the moment and Europe is facing many threats, not just security, but economic threats, societal threats. And how do we make sure that Europe continues to be competitive on a global stage? We make sure that we have the best talent, the best innovation, and crucially, the highest standards, that those countries that want to do commerce with Europe, that want to engage with Europe, obviously know that they need to do it at a European standard. But also that when we are looking to compete for investment and compete for innovation, we can look to our domestic economies, and it doesn't matter if it's in Ireland or France or you know, a newer member state like Poland or indeed Romania, but they know that those standards will be equal across the entire 27.
I'd now like to hand over to Tanya, if Tanya can hear us. Hello, Tanya. Yes, we can hear you. And we've been listening to Neil Richmond and the extent to which these standards have helped Ireland to develop. How are you seeing these standards? You are at the door of the European Union.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm sorry that I could not make it to reach and be there with all of you, but nevertheless enjoying the discussion, the previous one and this one. Exactly, I would like to continue where Minister won't open the door for the discussion. So actually, we are not talking only about 27 as the member states of the European Union, but also others, still outsiders, candidate countries. Mali is one of the candidate countries that start applying, as Mr. Notbart said, technical standards as early as the beginning of the 21st century. So after almost 25 years, we are reaching a very good level of standards. Let me compare you or give you some data. At the beginning, Serbia had very small exchange with the EU member states, not only because there were no liberalization of trade, but also because of the pure fact that we could not supply the European market with the goods, which is, of course, with the good standards. Now we are exchanging with the EU market as much as 83% of all that we are producing, which is an enormous breakthrough. And that is in our best interest to apply the standards in order to trade much more with the European Union. But there are also some differences when you are seeing the issue of the Brussels effect or the European standards from the standing point of the candidate country. First, for us, those are not only the standards to apply, but also criteria and condition for the membership, and that is which is extremely important. But bear in mind that we are not participating and we cannot follow the creation of any standard. Of course, we cannot vote during the process of decision making, but we cannot even, for instance, the artificial intelligence law, we could not follow properly what are the ideas, how the process of the adoption is going on. But yes, it's going to be our obligation and tomorrow assessment of our capacity to become member of the European Union. Second important thing for us, not only technical, but the political standards are extremely important as candidate countries, and particularly, and in the first place, of course, the rule of law. I'm not saying that this is a bad, quite contrary, it's extremely important thing, but it makes the story of the application or harmonization with the European standards even more problematic. And the third thing, the very long process, and I would now refer not only to the legislative process, a long process of preparing or adopting the European standard, but some of them are also have a transitional period for the implementation does not go for us. So we have to start implementing as soon as the member states are implementing, which is the problematic as we are not at the same level. I am referring to the issue of costs of the implementation because, yes, partially they are covered with support through EU budget, through the instrument of pre-accession assistance, but we also are investing a lot. Saying all this is something that for you is important to know and to understand. But also I see the implementation of the European standards in the candidate country, accession country, as the also potential for the for all member states. Let me refer to pandemics. You also referred in terms of the vaccines, but the pandemic showed to all of us that the value chains are extremely the narrow or the close add to the value chain is very much important. And that is one of the issues that we can bring to the European Union single market development. We are very close markets for adding in some of the very important area. Let me mention the Critical Medical Alliance or the critical medical needs, but also critical raw material, and this is a big story in the region. So those are the two aspects from the candidate country that could bring the new vision or new view on the issue of the EU standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So there is a sector where we have the impression that Europe hasn't moved forward, and that is the capital market. I know that, Stefan, you wanted to talk about this. Why is it essential? Why haven't we been further? Why is it essential today to go further? Stefan Boujna. There's a link between your question and the comments that I was making earlier on. So the capital market union, so for savings and investment, it's a project that emerged with a political leadership that was very clear when the United Kingdom was part of the European Union, and this system was set up facilitating a scale-up, and with London being the main financial marketplace. With Brexit, the project continued to exist, but there was no more political leadership. And that's why the project became stuck with the production of fragmented standards that were controversial. Sometimes the attitudes were very amateurish. The reality, well, what's new is that now we've got political leadership. Enrico, in his report, says something that's quite fair. There are three sectors that were deliberately excluded from the single market in the 90s because others didn't want them: energy, telecom, and finance. And so different things happened in these fields, but they weren't as developed as with the rest of the single market. Now, political leaders have gained better awareness, but not just in those for buying finance. And I won't repeat what's been said in other panels with great talent. That we must put an end to this absurd paradox of Europe producing that exports its savings to the United States and imports from the United States capital. So this idea, the make European equity great again, so sending savings to European funds is what needs to be promoted. So projects focusing on the climate or technology or faster rearming of the continent. We need equity for this in order to finance debt. So for these projects, we need things to be speeded up. We need an integration and a reorientation of savings in terms of equity. So some things are a bit blurred in France. In Brussels, there is a specific dynamic that is attempting to speed things up with this equity. So some defragmentation can go quite quickly. You can have an IPO prospectus for the continent. That's quite new. We had a single passport for pets with vaccination certificates, but we didn't have a prospectus for IPOs. So that paradox is going to be solved. So we should be seeing things speed up as long as we solve the questions of ill-placed subsidiarity. So the overtransposition, for example, the awareness that that rules are similar, but in fact they're different. If we want to have identical rules, they have to be identical right from the start. So that awareness that markets are an area where we really need authentic integration and support. These are things that appear to me to be established. So I'm fairly optimistic, but as everywhere, we need political leaders. If we don't have political leaders to get over ambiguities and set up compromises, we'll be coming up with texts that will be full of arthritis and cholesterol. Benoit, would you like to add something to that? No, I just wanted to react to what Stefan has just said. Stefan used the word overtransposition. I think that part of the problem is the articulation between the European level and the national level. And this is what I refer to as ill-placed sovereignty. So national politics that think that it's important to make things even more complex at European level. Last year, the French government decided to have national regulations for interoperability in the cloud. That's all well and good. Interoperability in the cloud is important, but it was already covered by European regulations. So there's this new fashion, European regulations are filtering down into national regulations with the attempt to introduce national differentiation upstream of the regulation process. So sovereignty is not there, it's upstream. You have to make sure that the European standard corresponds matches the interests of France. That's the way to go about things. There's no point making standards too complex. Neil Richmond, if we come back to the necessity to go deeper into capital markets, this is something that you're working on a lot in Ireland. Are things on the right track, as Stefan has just been describing?
I certainly hope so, and I must add, we have to make sure that European standards suit Ireland too, and European standards have to suit every member state. And this is the difficulty when it comes to the Capital Markets Union. I think there has been a shift change in the last year or two. The Letter report was really clear at identifying what the European Union needs to do to compete on a global scale, and the biggest part of that is access to capital. We have huge ambitions, huge responsibilities that cannot wait, in terms of climate action, in terms of improving our infrastructure, in terms of improving our connectivity. But there simply isn't enough public money to do that. So that's where we need to maximise the private capital that is stuck in, and I will use the term stuck in savings across the European Union. And by working on a capital markets union that releases that capital, that allows for that access to finance, we can do a lot more, a lot quicker. So Ireland is very keen to make sure that the capital markets union is achieved, but political concerns come back into it because we have just had a European elections. We will have a second election in France tomorrow. And what impact will they have on the decision-making process that had progressed extremely well in the last couple of years at a European level? I would cite European Commissioner Mairead McGuinness took serious responsibility in putting the challenge to member states when it came to capital markets union. You're all agreeing on the generalities of the importance of this, but none of you are actually saying exactly what you want. And we've been quite clear in Ireland that yes, absolutely we want the capital markets union, but we don't want it to be a completely closed capital markets union. We still have to be able to cooperate with our friends in London, with the US, with other markets. And we have to bear that in mind. And we have to make sure that it's a capital markets union that works for every single one of the 27 member states, that all member states can buy into it. I fundamentally do believe that can be achieved. We're on the brink of seeing that being achieved, and the various appointments of commissioners over the coming months into the relevant economic ministries. I think it's so important that the new Commission President looks at the individuals and the member states who have been quite clear what they want from the Capital Markets Union when they're selecting those relevant commissioners, and go forward with that.
So we've heard a lot, and you've given part of the answer, Benoit. We talked about overtransposition, too many standards. Some people are saying it's like a normative hell. What is the reality of the situation? Perhaps it depends on the sectors. Who would like to answer that question? Stefan, maybe. Once again, I'm sorry to repeat things. The subject is not the standard as such, but it's where it is. And, you know, it's a standard without a leader that's problematic. You know, political determination, when it's based on a 27-strong coordination, there has to be a collective commitment that becomes the standard. The standard itself is the democratic expression based on facts and and a political compromise. The difficulty is when there's no political determination. Let me give you an example that's interesting, that explains the ill-ease. It was expressed well this morning in another panel. The two main philosophical, regulatory dimensions of the European construction from a normative point of view for the past 70 years. Well, for one, there's the protection of competition, which guarantees the opening up of Europe. That's the first philosophy. The second idea is the anxiety of stability after the major crisis. There are two main packets of standards that structure Europe today that stem from this opening of the 27. So why do we have a specific policy in the treaty, in the same text? How are we going to cohabit between these different national states? And then there's this competition. So since 2008, there's the idea that the world of finance and risk management has to operate with belts, umbrellas, bulletproof vests, etc. Now, we're in a situation where, if you look at the portfolios of asset managers and we think about the needs of Europe, there aren't too many risks. There isn't enough risk, in fact, compared with 2008. When we talk about energy transition and technology transition and catching up, if we want to build munitions factories, arms factories very quickly so that we can resist the Russian threat, and so that we can engage in long-term projects from an energy point of view, we need equity for this. We've organized a system since 2008 that is drying out this preference for risk. We created a system that atrophies risk. Risk creates systemic problems. Now, the macro problem in 2008 was that there were too many risks. The macro problem in 2024 is that there isn't enough risk to be able to deal with the problems of the European Union in the medium term. So the basic question is the standard. Okay, we've got a standard that counters cycles. That's all well and good for protecting insurance groups. Nothing can happen to them. But the percentage of savings that's sterilized outside of needs is huge. So there's this inertia. There's the vision of the 2000s. There are texts that try and solve problems that no longer exist. And we don't have standards that are adapted to the problems that we have today. So that's basically what the question is that we have to deal with. And once again, it's not something that it can only be solved with political leadership. When you have to organize the electricity market as a matter of emergency after February 2022, we can do it. We can go about things as a matter of urgency. For example, COVID, it's complicated, but we managed to do this in July 2022. The question is there a pilot in the plane?
Thank you, Stefan. There is a sector where we can't really talk about standards, but models that are exported, and it's the sector of concession. And this is a European model that works very well. It has a lot of success. That's what Stéphane was saying. It allows us to deploy some capital, some equity in the world. How does it work? Let's get back to history. For the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal, this is the French investors had this idea of a beautiful technical project, and they had to finance it with private money because at the time they were lands, developing territories, and the counterpart was the right for dozens of years to operate the works. At the same time, in the 19th century, the networks of the train and gas networks were private in Britain or in England. It was the private sector, private investors who did it bit by bit, all the grid and the networks of industrialized country. Why is this model picking up in Europe is because the highway network in France, Italy, and Spain have caught up from the 30s in the US and in Germany. We didn't have the major public works to support that, and that has been helped by a lot of private investors, and now these are world leaders. And these systems export very well because you have two types of countries. You have old countries, aged countries, who have some very strong budget constraints and who dedicate their budget priority to health and aging populations, education and energy transition. And we offer them the opportunity to have some less expensive goods paid for, such as going to the airport and traveling. And this is also for very developing countries who don't have enough capital and the necessary engineering resources to develop new infrastructures. So just a few examples. The first concession is the Phnom Penh Airport in 1995. It was the smallest GDP per capita in the world after the Red Khmer and the peace agreement. Now there are 10 million passengers at the Phnom Penh Airport, and the whole infrastructure was done without any public subsidy from the country, and it allowed it to develop Phnom Penh and then eventually have all the travelers of the world to discover the Angkor temples. The second example is the Japanese. Japan is an aging country. They have a currency problem. This is off the record. We don't like to welcome the Chinese, but we're still going to do it. And they gave us the concession on the Kansai airports so they could go to Kyoto. Kyoto said the same. We can't really welcome the Chinese. Can you help us develop the airport and the relationship with China and Korea? Because we need today visitors from China and Korea. It produces peace as well, like in Europe, because when you start having tourists from neighboring countries, you realize that they're a little bit different, but not that different, and you don't feel like fighting them and going to war with them. My friend Elisabeth Moreno, she's from Cap Vert, and we took over the airports in Cap Vert, which is a very limited in financial resource, but is very happy to welcome visitors, foreign visitors. So all these examples show that the standards in terms of rules of the single market are difficult to export, but that Europeans can produce economic models, entrepreneurial economic models that are useful to produce economy freedom. I'm going to make a confession to you. All the countries in the world who give to an international investor, the concession of infrastructures, port or airport, are countries that want to open up to the world. I'll take another example. During the very short Obama time with the peace process with Iran, we were asked, the Iranians asked us, allocated us the concession to the airports of Isfahan, which is a gem in Iran. There was a reforming president elected yesterday, so I hope we're going to go back to a logic of peace. But the first signal of openness was like to give you all the plans and all the networks of our airport. Can you please tell us how to invest and how to open it? So we also managed the airport of Belfast. There was a civil war in Belfast. Now all the communities are telling us we want to open to the world. We're proud to manage the Belgrade airport. So these concessions, Belgrade and not Belfast. So we open up all those concessions to open up airports, develop the activity, and the more beneficial it is for the private operator, but also for the country. I'll give you a last example. We can also export our values with us this way. Stefan mentioned the ESG. During the presidency of Mr. Bolsonaro, we have a lot of airports in Brazil, and our local teams have developed ESG policies that are quite radical, with cultures that are very different than the ones we have in Europe. They became aware of, the rights, developing the rights of the LGBT rights in the airport, gender parity, etc. And this is non-negotiable once you're in a concession. If you do it smartly, you can export those values. All our airports are carbon accredited, and it brings to these countries new networks The recycling of waste in Saint-Gobain was done from the waste of the recycling of waste at the airport. So we can export values. We can our infrastructures. Americans and Chinese are not on it, so that gives us room for us Europeans to take a stand in all these countries and to participate in the development of those countries, exporting capital and creating sustainable links with these countries. You're giving me a perfect transition on the last part of this debate on ESG. Should we take a break with everything that has been implemented in terms of ESG to give time for companies to digest and process that? I would like to hear Stéphane and Neil on that, on ESG. Well, first of all, there's a dynamic that is very ambiguous on ESG because it was dominant in the investment criteria 3 years ago. Now there's some pushback. If you take Q1 2024, there was 11 billion investment in ESG products, more in ESG products, and 9 billion of withdrawal of ESG products in the US. In the US, there's a break. It's clear. For those who read the publication of Les Pics Corinthiens, it's I guess a French publication, to the market. The last edition this year was a real nuance where they talk about commitment to the energy transition on the E, but they moved back from the S and the G by saying that on those topics, it is up to the clients to make the decision. Because in the US, there's a use of the ESG like one of the objects on which there's a war between the wokeism and non-wokeism. It's a bit of a caricature, but our investment pension funds are going to be able to invest in funds with an ESG dimension in Texas and Florida. No, in Massachusetts, yes. The NASDAQ in New York will say if you want to be listed on the NASDAQ, you need to have in your recharging station or in your board one board member that is coming from the LGBT or ethnic minority. The Texas will say if you accept this kind of project, you cannot be listed in Texas. So the ESG topic, in its political view of it, which is not coming from the reality of the functioning of the universe, it's not linked to carbon, but it's linked to the part of collective choices. ESG is raising a real debate in the US, not so much in Europe. This is new. And I think this should encourage us to be very careful because we are touching the limits of it, and it has less impact on companies of significant sizes, what we call quickly the global south, that is saying, well, we want to break away from the S and the G because at Ramco, don't want to be forced to accept diversity of gender diversity and LGBT diversity on the boards. Same with African countries, where this is a bit strange for them to do that. It's the number of people in South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya even, who tell you your ESG is neocolonialism. The S and the G are a little bit like when you came with your priests behind the gunmen and the army, and you wanted to impose your religion, the Bible, and now you want to impose to us ESG. That's how they feel about it. So we clearly feel that there's a fragmentation that is going on the spending, the savings are, of course, geared towards environmental choices because it's long-term investment, long-term infrastructures and investment, and it's easier to find a consensus if we concentrate on that, on the environmental side of it. Neil Richmond, would you share the view of Stéphane Bouchenat on the breaking up of the ESG? We keep the E, but we break away from the S and the G?
His analysis, I don't share his view at all. and this poses a clear challenge to public policy makers within Europe. Things are changing in America. We potentially have a very worrying election result in America. And I would say now is the time for Europe to assume a greater responsibility in championing the ESG agenda. The E is very straightforward. And perhaps, though, we need to change our narrative and our approach to this because it is so important. And it's not, ESG isn't important because it's a nice thing to do or even because it's the right thing to do, because it is what's sustainable for our society and will ultimately lead to greater growth, greater profits and greater development in a way that includes more people in society. And just for any debate, I am a centre-right politician in Ireland. I certainly have never been described as woke in my life. I just think this is really, really important. It's important not just for every single person in this room, but for my children who are 4 and 6 years old and the children they may have in the future. They need to know that not only is there a planet that you can physically live in, but is worth living in. And that's why I think Europe has to stand up. And it's the political class. Stefan's called for leadership, and I agree with him when it comes to the Capital Markets Union. But now we need even more political leadership. And that comes to communication. We don't hector, we don't lecture, we don't talk down and demand people meet our standards simply because we say they should. But we also have to live those standards ourselves and show quite clearly that there is a clear societal and economic return for those standards. So absolutely, I don't disagree with the analysis. I can see the pushback, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, particularly in the Gulf region, and clearly in the United States. But if anything, we shouldn't step back from the challenge and get scared now. Now's the time to keep pushing on, but perhaps be a little bit more unique in our language.
Nicolas Dunbar, vous vouliez rajouter quelque chose?
Nicolas Nobater, do you want to add something? I don't disagree on the risks, but I don't think we should stop. Because, first of all, we only have one planet, and we cannot stop fighting against climate change. So we need to tell people the truth. We have to pick the right narrative. I hear that some say that the wind farms don't work, and you have to vote tomorrow because it works. We need the scientists to tell the truth to people. The planet is dying, the house is on fire, and we need to act. It's not because at some point in some countries, some people are saying lies. When I was a kid, nobody was against vaccines. Today, there's some idiots who tell you that they're against vaccines. It's not because there's more and more idiots on social media that you should refrain from telling the truth. It is very serious what's happening in the planet, and companies must work and relentlessly to fight against climate change. And if we affirm it scientifically, in the US, there's some schools who don't teach Darwin anymore. This is very serious. Darwin is a global scientific heritage. It's not just ideas from the woke. So how do we promote universal values, human rights? We could do it with subtlety. Subtlety means not bringing European standards by saying it's this, you're going to have to adopt this standard in your own country. It's how, through everybody's role, you can bring them. At my humble level, when you have a company or subsidiary in those territories, and it is very appreciated by the people where we operate, we increase the number of managers who are women manager. We're the first one to appoint a woman as president of the airports of Dominican Republic. It was great. It was very well received, and we didn't have to ask for an authorization, and we didn't have to ask everybody to do the same. We just said, this is what we're doing. So I agree that we shouldn't export standards and obligations, but we should not refrain on giving our message and our values. It's important to fight for climate change, for gender parity, for inclusion. We have to also abolish the concept of races or people with different preferences. It's not about adopting them, but it's about clearly saying what we stand for. And European companies are right, wherever they go, to take a stand that is not to ask the countries to change the law, but to say this is our company, and in the way we manage our contracts, our employees, and our environmental commitments in your country, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to give you an example. The last contract we had with Budapest, with Mr. Orban, we had written in our agreement that the airport of Budapest would be zero net emission in 2030, 20 years before the goal. And nobody reacted to that. So you have to have convictions based on universal values. Equality between men and women is universal. It's non-negotiable. And you do it with calm, subtlety. And we need to take this stand with calm and subtlety. Thank you very much for this very wise conclusion. I thank you all, the three of you. I thank Tanya, who was with us in the video conference, and we're going to move on to the next video conference. Thank you, everyone.
Bonjour à tous, merci de prendre place.
Good morning, everybody. Please do take your seats so we can get underway. And if we could have a bit of silence, that would be great. So, good morning, everybody. Delighted to be with you this morning for this theme, which is a fairly broad theme, but it's a very key theme. Is another growth model possible? Or actually, rather, another growth model is possible, because there's no question mark here. So please do, if we could just quieten down, and if we could take our seats so we can get going. So in order to debate this subject today, we have got Isabelle Méjean, who is coordinating this session, who is an economist. She is a professor at Sciences Po. Then we have Véronique Bédag, who is with us, who is at the head of Next City, which is the leading real estate agency in France. Then we have Jean-Pierre Clamadeau, who is the CEO of Engie. Then we have Sylvie Janot, who heads up Dalkia, and Tatiana Molchian, who's the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. And finally, on my right here, but on the far left of the stage, we have Philippe Val, who is at the head of the La Poste group in France. So to get going, of course, we're going to hear from Isabelle Méjean, who's going to give us a bit of context for this with her economist expertise. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us, and thank you to all of the participants who are going to be taking part in this roundtable today. We're going to be talking about growth, and finally, we're going to be talking about growth, because actually it's a subject that has not been evoked very much in the campaign season recently in France. We've talked very little about growth, even though there's a great deal to talk about at both a quantitative and qualitative level. We know that at a quantitative level, we are seeing a slowdown in terms of in Europe, as opposed to the United States, in terms of a growth of productivity. We've seen this since the middle of the 1990s, and then it's increased during the COVID period, and it's particularly concerning because we're in this time where there's significant technological change going on, which should improve our productivity. So I won't go into a lot on this because Philippe Aguin talked about this in the introductory session yesterday, but we really do need to think about productivity gains. This question is also linked into qualitative nature. What's the growth model? What has been the growth model over these last years? And this is something that perhaps we've talked about a bit more recently. We've talked about inclusivity and what growth model would be inclusive, what would draw everyone into the system. And that means we've got a lot of things to say on this subject, of course. Of course, today we really can't deny the fact that if we're going to see growth in the next 30 years, it's going to have to be green. So this situation is particularly concerning when once again in our electoral cycles we've got a lot of uncertainty about where we're actually going. That's really quite concerning. It's concerning because running this transition, succeeding this transition, is going to require a planning, and this has been seen in a document report that was produced recently about the needs for change in order to hit a zero carbon model. This means that we need to remodel our production methods, and it's very different from what we've seen in the big industrial revolution periods. We need to see a significant change here. It needs to be driven by public policies. So in quantitative terms, we think this requires investment of about 2 percentage points of GDP between now and 2030. So this is massive investment, but it will be profitable in terms of the cost of inaction. In a recent report from Adrien Bilal and the co-author, with 1 degree of increased temperature around the world, it costs 12% of GDP around the world. So really, there's no debate here. The question is, how quickly can we go? And currently, we're not working hard enough on it. We're not investing enough. There's not enough public investment, and it's not effective enough. This was something that was also evoked yesterday. And there's also insufficient private funds going into technologies for decarbonization. So there's going to be interesting things that we're going to hear in this roundtable around all of these questions. How can we put in place a system to stimulate private investment? Perhaps I could just end with something that is perhaps a bit of a reflection of the current situation at the moment. Something that is very empirically shown is that private investment is not made during periods of uncertainty, whether it's political, regulatory, or economic uncertainty. We really need to have clear direction. It's really important that the direction that was put in place by the preceding Commission needs to be continued with clear decarbonation goals. And then we're also going to need to have standards for Europe, because if we're going to put in place technological change, we need to have a regulatory direction. We need to know what standards are coming up in the years to come. So I'm really delighted to hear what our panelists will be sharing now, and thank you very much for taking part. Thank you, Isabelle, for just giving us that context. So now over to you, Véronique Badag. You are the chairman of the board of Nexity. So inclusive growth that Isabelle has just talked about starts, of course, with housing for all. The housing crisis is not a specific French issue, but it is an issue in France. And it's one of the factors that leads to the current political crisis. According to you, you're an eminent professional in this sector. How can we improve the situation? Well, I'll come back to that perhaps in a minute, but when I was preparing this roundtable, Philippe Val was talking about the fact that there are no degrowth proponents here around the table, and Philippe Val was saying it would be good that would be the case. I won't be playing that role, because when we talk with people in France, when we travel around the world, growth remains something that's seen very positively in real life. It's something that provides food, it protects, it provides housing. There are people in France living in the street. There's a lot of informal housing around the world, so growth is associated with the improvement of living conditions for human beings. And then it's true that the traditional growth models of our economists don't necessarily take into account everything that's happening today. We've seen that with the different crises that we're facing, we're seeing that the world has come to an end. We could never imagine that in the past. Before, businesses thought they were going to create demand. And we thought that we could create and generate demand. But actually now we're seeing businesses telling us to reduce demand. Can you imagine this revolution that's happening inside of businesses? And then we need to produce differently. If I come back to my profession, this was never an easy profession to work in. We were used to buy land and construct. Now we have something that's much more complicated, linked into urban regeneration. We want to focus into areas where we didn't focus in on before, because it's complicated. We could have perhaps industrial areas or urban areas around the fringe of towns, and so we work with places that are already existing. It's really very exciting, but it's very different in terms of a job. And what we want to do is to increase the value of what we're producing, because renovation is naturally more expensive than building new. So an ecological crisis has really changed our way of looking at our professions. I think we would probably all say that. And then, of course, there's this social crisis. What we know today is that growth is not naturally focused on equality of trade, access to education, housing. And what we've seen is that when these conditions are not respected, there was a lack of social cohesion, and this has been a real obstacle to growth. For the last 3 years, I've been really speaking out at the head of Nexty, because Nexty is really committed, because we've seen people being reduced into particular residencies. So we're building less new construction, new houses, which means that if people want to move because they want to get a job somewhere else, or because they study, or because they separate, for example, there is no space for them in the system. I was talking about young people 3 years ago when I was here. I was talking about the fact we don't give students the opportunity to move. We need to really take care of them. The chair, the president said that we have not been working on housing for young people. And that's a real obstacle to growth. Growth is also about the energy transition, but we need to focus on equality, because energy transition, it costs money, and it's through these conditions that we'll be able to develop a sustainable growth. Thank you very much, Isabel. We'll come back to this question of the cost of the energy transition and the growth model. Jean-Pierre Clamado, you are the CEO of ENGIE. Energy is, of course, an essential good for growth, for life. Is there an organization model for the energy market that makes these goods more accessible, which ensures that there is investment from industrial players while preserving energy sovereignty of a country? Because, of course, this is a very important question. It's a very broad question. Yes, I'd really like to just share some convictions with you. 4 convictions, in fact. The first conviction is that the energy transition is underway. We are seeing it. 3 figures for that. In 2023, 44% of electricity produced in Europe was produced from renewable sources. Wind power, solar power, and water power. If people think that wind power isn't really working, then you're totally wrong. The second figure that I want to give you, 5% of, we've seen a 5% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in 2023. We said that there was exceptional conditions, but actually for the first quarter of 2024, we're above that. So actually France is on a pathway to reducing its CO2 emissions. Another figure is that last year, 500 gigawatts of renewable capacity was connected around the world, and 60% of that was in China. So China is taking the carbon out of its economy significantly, very quickly. ENGIE is involved in this. We invest about 5, 6, or 7 billion euros every year. That's a lot of money for me. I was working in other industries in other parts of my career, and we're investing them in order to develop these renewable solutions and systems. The second message that I want to say is that we're having positive impacts. And perhaps I will struggle to convince you, but there's positive impacts because we are managing to gain independence. Energy doesn't have fossil energy on its territory, but we do have low carbon options, and this gives us access to a form of energy independence. It's a form of more competitive energy. This is what's complicated, because you don't see this on your electricity bill. But we can see that at the end of this decade, according to our projections in terms of green molecules and green electrons, we will see lower prices because of the investments we're putting in place now, because this renewable energy is really bringing electricity prices down some days really very significantly. And it's the time now to be putting in place European supply chains that are based on European industry. We can't stand for everything I think that for solar panels, we've probably lost the battle, but I think for wind turbines, for nuclear, for batteries, I think there's a lot of opportunities for investment linked to the energy transition. In France, 170,000 jobs are linked to this energy transition. And then, of course, we need to put in place some changes so that we continue this work. And this is when we come to this question of organizing the market. We need stable rules. And this is really important for our recently elected European parliamentary friends. They need to put in place new, simple, more pragmatic rules. We've really sophisticated things, put things in place really sophisticated. We've defined green hydrogen in such a detailed way, and it's something we can't produce. We need to be simple. We need to move forward. We need to be very aware of the cost. There are expensive transition solutions. There are other solutions that are less useful. Decision makers, policy makers need to be aware of what's going on in businesses and how to help them to connect into these areas. The next Commission needs to be attentive to this area. And then there are some blind spots which require investment. We need investment in infrastructure in order to make it possible for this renewable electricity to come to the point of consumption. We need to put in place new storage opportunities, because when we have electricity at a negative price on Sunday, we need to be able to use it on Monday. Those are key aspects for the next months. And so my fourth point, which I perhaps wouldn't have made a few weeks ago, is that when we look at the situation today and we compare it with the 3 points I've just mentioned, and we're saying actually we're going in the right direction, actually there's something that's wrong. The fact is we haven't managed to convince fellow countrymen, to convince them that this transition is accessible. It is concrete, and particularly in France, which is really well positioned because it has a whole number of different categories of green energy, nuclear, biomethane, and others. We have not managed to convince our countrymen that this is important for them, and we who are leading corporations, you could say, well, it's not for us, this work, it's for elected officials. No, it's up to us. If you've been coming here for a number of years to this event, you've seen subjects like group strategy and meaning. It's been really become something really very important. We're trying to draw in our employees into something. COVID was a real opportunity for solidarity. Nevertheless, when we see the results of last Sunday, we can see that there's a lot of people who are really very skeptical, who've been left by the side of the road and are really at the point of revolt. And that really should raise questions for us about how we can do better to draw in our employees. How can we draw in our supply chain and our suppliers? How can we draw in the territories where we're working? We really haven't managed to do this very well. Of course, I'm speaking for me. Personally, I'm not speaking on behalf of Engie here. We need to leave this event with a desire to do more and better in these areas. Thank you, Jean-Pierre. Sylvie Janot, I'm turned to you. You're the CEO of Dalkia, which is also committed to the energy transition. So this revolution has been mentioned by all of the three previous speakers, as opposed to the technological transition. It doesn't create productivity, but it's nevertheless really important, because as Isabelle said, if a single degree in temperature rise is 12% of GDP globally lost. So how can we make sure that we avoid the kind of reactions we've just heard about from Jean-Pierre just now? Well, good morning, everybody. Well, yes, another growth model is possible. And in response to what you've just said, I really think we don't have the choice. I was seeing the papers this morning. Have you seen that 47 degrees in Yosemite National Park in California now? If you are over 37 degrees, it means that for human beings, it's as if they have a fever. So we can really sense this emergency, this urgency that's there. We're really going to need to reconcile economic growth, because we need to invest, as we've heard, with a reduction in CO2 emissions while making sure that this energy transition is fair. The first thing that I want to say, of course, I want to say that there are solutions. How can we decarbonize? Well, we can do it very simply by consuming less and by consuming low-carbon energy. In order to consume less, it's to do with behavior around the sobriety plan, which we talked a lot about during the Ukrainian crisis. People were talking a lot about consuming less. And consuming less is also about having more efficient energy solutions. So heat pumps are more efficient than an old boiler, for example. So it's about consuming less, consuming low-carbon energy. There are two things we still need to work on here. We've talked about production of low-carbon electricity. That's something that's fairly easy to do, to produce low-carbon electricity. So we're going to increase the consumption of electricity. We're going to do that through heat pumps, through producing hydrogen, and then the second trajectory here is the consumption of heat and the use of heat. In France, over 45% of energy is dedicated to heat, heating, hot water, and industrial steam. And when we see that, most two-thirds of this is produced through fossil fuels. So we need to reduce the carbon used here. In order to do that, at Dalke in particular, we know how to go and get energy from the territory, from the earth, geothermal energy, not far from Marseille. Here we use sea energy. We have loops with heat pumps using the energy in the sea. So we also have wood, biomass, and then there's an energy which is incredible. There's energy that's lost, which we call fatal energy. And so there's an industrial site nearby where they have an aluminium smelt, and we managed to collect the energy from them and put it into the network in order to produce low-carbon heat. And so what we want to do is develop ecosystems that cover all of these solutions. We want to have flexibility around all these different solutions. We talked about storing energy, we talked about batteries. We need to be able to coordinate all of these systems together in order to consume less and consume better. So in order to answer your question, I can see 4 factors for success in this area. First of all, an acceptable economic growth model, which make it possible for this growth to be accepted by all. We were talking about the lack of clarity in the political world right now. We need some regulations that give a sense of visibility. There are some solutions that can be subsidized. So for heat networks, for the moment, there's a fund that is available in France for helping this. The second area for improvement is to do with innovation. So the third key factor for success is, and this has just been said just now, we need to make this energy transition an opportunity for re-industrialization, where we make the solutions, the pipes that we need, etc. Something we didn't do for solar panels, of course. And the last point, and this is the key issue, skills. We will not succeed this transition, this green, sustainable transition, if we don't have the skills. That means technicians, that means engineers. And since the themes, I could talk a lot about skills, but since the theme of this event is about connecting the world, let's connect the world of education with the rest of the world to move us forward in this energy transition, which is really so important for our future. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sylvie Janot. Tatiana Molchan, you are Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission of Europe. you're going to be speaking English, but I think you speak French very well. So I want to ask you the same question with this cross-cutting perspective that you have. You have a very broad perspective on this energy transition, which is really important but very complicated to implement. It's very expensive. Who's going to want to pay?
One thing with the topic of today's discussions about another growth model, if it's possible, I would say it's needed, and we have to make it possible. It is needed. Why? Because we have the climate change, first of all, and the challenges that we are facing today, and all the previous speakers just mentioned this. If we do not address it, we do not have what future we can talk about. And it's not only this. Also, from the economic perspective, we are not doing great. We are lagging behind. Economic performance has been very sluggish. Not to talk also about the political and conflicts that we have, not only in our region, but globally. So we need to think about a new growth model. And I would like to point out a few very concrete areas or some ideas that comes from our both, let's say, regional, but also international UN perspective. First, and I think Jean-Pierre, but also Sylvie mentioned the dependence of fossil fuels. Yes, we have to reduce this dependence on fossil fuels. What is important to understand here, and what we see in our work, that unlike, for example, let's take digital development. There in the digital, we see the market, the private sector pushing a lot. Here, it's not the same. Here, we feel that for really to make this decarbonization and really to reduce dependency, we have to make some policy adjustments. So we have to change also the regulations. And after that, already to offer the necessary incentives to make the costs that you were asking about relevant and to bear the cost, to share the cost. So in answering in a certain way to your question, who will bear the cost of this transition, of energy transition? We have to share. We have to create the opportunities, we have to create the right policies that these costs are bearable by the countries, by the societies. And again, Jean-Pierre, you mentioned a lot about the investments and the nice figures when it comes to investment in the renewables. Yes, but if we look also at the investments in the fossil fuels, they also grow. So this is a reality. It's not only the energy, the renewables, but also the fossil fuel investments grow. And this is one key issue, how we make this structural shift, if I can put it like this, because there are costs. Transition will cost. We all know the figures, how much it will cost us if we don't act, if we don't do. We have, I think, figures saying about 5 to 7% of GDP loss and much more for the countries. But also the cost of transition is large, and sometimes it requires really a change, structural change, but also behavioral change, because it's not an investment, let's say, it's investment, for example, in decarbonizing rather than increasing the output of companies. Also, one very important aspect, we cannot invest, for example, in renewables without investing in cooperation. Electricity, you've talked a lot about electricity, renewables. Electricity from renewables is unstable. So without the adequate interconnection with the neighboring, all the competitiveness of EU or of any country is not really up to date. So we have to invest in order to make it competitive, this sector, the renewables, to do the green transition, we have to invest in competitiveness. And it's a lot about making resources being more productive. Circularity, we have to use more conscious, we have to reuse. And the last point that I wanted to mention, and I think it's something that Isabel mentioned in the beginning about the growth. We are talking about growth. What do we understand by this? We have to have a new model, because the GDP is not really measuring, for example, environmental degradation or human well-being. So we have to also rethink the way we, as we call, growth metrics. These are a few ideas that I would like to share with you.
Thank you very much, Tatiana.
Well, during the Q&A, we'll come back to this in a minute, once we've listened to Philippe on that point that you've just mentioned, that is sharing the costs of transition. we'll need to ask the economist on that. Now, Philippe Val, you're at the head of La Poste, the French post office, an SOE, a state-owned enterprise at the heart of our growth model in France, and they're usually criticized on both sides. And some are saying we need more money so that they function properly, so that we have a growth model which is inclusive, and others are saying we need less paperwork. So, what's the way that we should follow, according to you? Thank you for asking. Well, this panel discussion would have been different 3 weeks ago, I think. That's something we need to factor in, because we're in charge of our own companies, and because we owe the general public something. Usually, people express their emotions when they talk about the SOEs, the state-owned enterprises, but I'll tell you what millions of people say. They say we can't live without public service, and demand is not always very clear, which means that one of the first lessons from that is to look at ourselves and see what we can do to answer people's questions, which means that the taxpayers shouldn't forget that once they express clearly their needs, well, they've just done that. They're saying, or they have said, that we need to finance public services, because public services might be going wrong, but the SOEs also have to do something about this and react. And we need to finance the state-owned enterprises and be logical when we do that. Secondly, since we can't live without public service, what is crystal clear, as everybody has said, is that we couldn't live without growth. Is it something that we should be frightened about? We have nobody who supports degrowth here as a panelist, but we as a whole, we couldn't live without growth. Yet, we have to better share growth. What can we do about this? Earlier on, we said it's difficult to convince, it's difficult for people to be engaged, difficult to convince people because there are things we do not share. First, let me talk about the shareholders. I think that if they want to play a role and change our growth model, the shareholders should ask for lower returns. And they should accept the fact that companies shouldn't be obsessed with maximizing their revenues. Now, I see smiles on your faces, and you're thinking that perhaps this is wishful thinking. This will never happen. I can tell you that this has happened in the past. If you look at capitalism, that's our regime, until 1980, and that's well described in a book published by an American economist, Mr. Galbraith, The New Industrial State. We were not looking for maximizing profit. This was not the point. So if this is something we didn't do between 1945 and 1980, maybe it's high time that we should consider a new phase of our history. That is, we need what I'd call patient capital, thanks to which the planet will be able to adapt and meet the demands that we have in the world today. Number two, the local authorities, the governments, Europe, realize that we need to massively invest in a number of areas because our populations are aging. This is bound to happen. And our health system will have to do with 1 billion people reaching the age of 90 years. So it's going to be more difficult. And there's the energy transition that requires private investments, but also collective investment. And to look at another field, not just companies, but I'll have to talk about this because of what Mr. Putin has done. Who might think that Europe doesn't need to defend itself? So we need to mobilize finance. If we want another growth, we need to mobilize. And finally, the employees, the staff, and society vis-à-vis the CEOs. Well, you see, there's a reason why it's difficult to engage people, is that we don't share the power that we have. We do not share our power, which means that if we don't change governance of these institutions. I'm not saying that CEOs should let go and give power to anybody else. That's not at all something that's crossed my mind. But it's the governance of companies. We should include those who don't just think about the financial goals. If in a company, for instance, you have 1/3 of the directors who are employed directors, then they can be engaged, and then you can listen to what's important for them. If on the board of directors, well, I know that, don't fret, but you will see, in a number of years it'll happen. If we have representatives of our clients or representatives of NGOs, you will see that then you will be listening to what's important for them, and they'll be engaged. We'll onboard them. And it's not just those who know who'll be teaching and educating others. No, it means sharing objectives. It means sharing power as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Philippe. Patient capital and sharing powers or power. No, that's good for a new growth model. Before we start with the Q&A, Isabelle, to build on what Philippe has said, that is, we've seen that our system has started changing in the 80s, and we started to swerve and move and focus on profit, maximizing profit. The question is, can we walk backwards, or retrace our steps? Isabelle, I'm with you, supporting you. Well, I think this is very interesting because this is very much anchored in theory. We have theoreticians of economy and economic practitioners as well. But what I've heard is that this is very much connected to what we study in economics. This is not the world of invisible hands. Everybody's understood this. What's at stake is the technological revolution guided by governments, because the markets will not do that. So that's why in the growth model, rules are important. All of our companies wouldn't be able to start their environmental transition without binding rules that will oblige them to change their growth models, their governance models as well, which is part and parcel of this equation. So, rule-based, that's important, and also public investments is what we need, because there are solutions in some areas so as to decarbonize, but to reach net zero, we need breakthrough technologies which are not mature enough today. And that's when official investments in R&D in these breakthrough technologies is something that is worrying for us, because, well, for the time being, all the steps have been easy to decarbonize, but we'll need a lot more, and we'll need more breakthrough innovation. And finally, inclusiveness. How can we have inclusive growth? Well, that again is very much connected to breakthroughs, turnarounds, guided by governments. Governments have a role to play, because transition will not be possible without government support. But it's not us. It's not just the governments. It's the taxpayers. And this change will not be possible if the taxpayers don't accept the change. And it's the case today. We've seen that. We saw that several times at different moments. The thing is not just to talk about this. It's easier for us. We describe the problem connected to the fact that people don't accept this, but the solutions are not ready yet. Why don't people accept this? Well, it's easy. The answer is easy. In this room, we're all the winners of brown growth, and we'll be the winners of green growth. We see this if you look at how people vote and make the correlations. If you look at those who vote for the National Rally, Rassemblement National, the first thing that matters is your education, your diplomas, certificates. Then you can enjoy green growth and inclusiveness, but without any diplomas, it's much more difficult to accept these plans. That's why it's very important to talk about skills, matching labor with real needs, and the need to train people. Lifelong learning, and it starts at school. Thank you, Isabelle. Thank you. Let us continue. Let us continue. And let's talk about profit. Now, Jean-Pierre, if we look at the energy companies, they have huge profits. Everybody's envying that. And for instance, the UK would like to raise taxes in this area. And as you know, in France, you know what's happened recently in the political debate. Lots of people have focused on that issue. How can we sell this idea of the energy transition for all, and yet some companies reap all the profit? It's difficult then to accept the situation. And to continue on what Philippe said before, I'd say, would you say that we could put an end to this race for profit? If yes, how? This is a fertile soil for social instability, but it's also a threat for the transition. Well, it's simple. We need to reinvest the profit. ENGIE each year invests 6 or 7 billion in the energy transition. And since we need to also maintain our facilities, all in all, it's 8 or 9 billion that we invest, by and large. And that's possible because our group has a high level of profit. Our business lines are profitable. And back to the shareholders, yeah, Philippe talked about the shareholders, not investments, because there's nobody's against this, challenging this. Okay, but the links between companies and shareholders is the following. That is, the shareholders call us and say, we want more profit and more profit. But look at the board of directors. Well, the managers and the directors have to come up with a strategy, that's their duty, which includes, of course, the way we're going to pay those who provide us the capital we need, and then the shareholders will come or will not come. And then this has an impact on your company market value. But it's in our hands. It's our own responsibility. And this dialogue with shareholders is really interesting because, of course, we look at the quarterly profit, but we look at what we can do to abate CO2 levels. And also the main investors and shareholders want to also use the CO2 emissions they have in their portfolio to make the most value out of that. If you're Total, if you're ENGIE, we stand out, we're different, and we attract different types of shareholder profiles. But others better give more profit to the shareholders. So it's again back to money. Okay, but our model is different, and we are more appealing to different shareholders. And ENGIE, some might regret that. They say we could have a higher yield, but our value proposition is different. We can attract different types of investor profiles. And it's our duty, I think, both for the board of directors and the management teams. We have to hatch these new plans. We have a dividend policy at ENGIE. We think it's reasonable. We could be more generous. Maybe we'd have more shareholders and the share price would go up. Who knows? We have to find the right balance. And today we have a whole spate of investors knocking at our doors. And therefore, we think we can pick the ones that we think our project makes sense for, and sharing power. Now, on our board at ENGIE, we have 14 directors, 4 people who represent our staff, our workers, labor, that is. Well, this could change, who knows? Sometimes what's at stake is training. How can we find more directors representing our workforce? But we have this dialogue on the board, and I see some of our directors with smiles on their faces, but this dialogue between the directors that have different stances is something fruitful, and then we can arrive at solutions that are, we hope, very balanced. Tatiana and Philippe, very quickly, please, so that we can continue this discussion.
To a more global focus, because we cannot achieve many of these objectives that we have outside if we look only in a very country, France or even Europe. So we have to look beyond that, and this is why I think rules are important, but not in the European Parliament only. We need international rules. Because, and I'm speaking from experience, Economic Commission for Europe, but we also have countries from Central Asia, so all the STAN countries, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and US and Canada are also our members. We have to have clear rules for everyone when it comes to energy efficiency, to buildings, to transport, decarbonization of the system. I think this is the way to really go ahead and make this change. And we should also look for opportunities. Housing, I was saying that, earlier on, that housing is not only a challenge it's also an opportunity to make a huge challenge, a huge difference on the ground. So let's grab these possibilities.
Merci Tatiana. Philippe et Véronique.
Thank you, Tatiana. Philippe and Veronique. Let me reassure you all, La Poste is a profitable company, even though last year it was an awful year. We had a profit of more than 500 million. Net profit the year before was 1.1 billion. If CEOs are not looking for profit, they should do something else. That's not my point. My point is that what I want to share with you is that since 1985, we have seen a new doxa that says and feels, and by the way, that's expressed by the Milton-Friedman theorem, that corporate social responsibility boils down to maximizing profit. And that's what I'm challenging. My position is simpler than that of Jean-Pierre's, because I only have two shareholders, you and the French Caisse des Dépôts. That's really nice. For him, it's more complicated. But let us not oversee the topic. What's key is that that everybody is trying to maximize profit. People are looking at short-term solutions, but there's hope. That is, in the past, it's been different. It's not always been like this. So it's up to us. It's up to us to think about capitalism in a new way, a new era, when we're going to be more patient and less greedy. Now, the other point, sharing power. I know that we have salaried directors on all the boards of directors. And what I think and what I'm telling you is that we have to do more. We have to better share with employees, with the workforce, and with society, civil society. I wouldn't be shocked. I, for one, wouldn't be shocked if in the law we'd enshrine that we would have other representatives on the board with other views, so that we would look at things from a different angle. And we need people with different stakes in the governance bodies. Now, Philippe. I'll be the devil's advocate in a certain way, but if you look at where people innovate on the globe, for instance, when it comes to climate change and transitions, all types of transitions, is regions like the US and California. And even more than in our region, they're mobilized by profit. This is what they want. How can we reconcile this and what you've said? I get your point, mind you. We know what you're pointing at, and you're quite convincing. However, we know that profit was useful for innovation and for technological transitions and the climate transition. Now, you know, as I said before, I'm not against profit, and I'm proud about this. I've given you two numbers. I'm not going to talk about the other years before the 2 years I've mentioned. That's not the point. The point is to see how we can rebalance financial profit and use other indicators. And Véronique and Jean-Pierre have given us other indicators. This is what we have to do. And then if we reach this level of innovation and level of profit, and this leads to what we are seeing at present, the social crisis, the political, the ecological crises, well, there's a point when we have to challenge the foundation of the system. I'm very much in favor of the market economy. It's the one that works best. But we have to do more. We have to do more. Work on that idea. And what I really believe in is in non-financial rating. That's very important. No, that's what Tatiana was saying. That is how to appraise growth in a different way with other indicators. Véronique. Now, you know, for the taxpayers, for the French, green growth is something they saw. Prices were going up, and they had lower access. Now, the energy bill is now a political issue. Carlos Tavares said this very quickly. He said EVs will be much more expensive than ICE cars, and many people need to drive a car, and they can't afford an EV. And housing. A green housing is more expensive than the standard housing. And this means that there will be more divides in our societies. And we'll lose some of the trust that the population has, because they trust that we're moving towards a future where there's a role for everybody. Now, this, to kill growth, is magic. The lack of trust and social divide will lead us to something wrong. So it's green growth, but affordable green growth. Sylvie. To build on this, I'd say that, okay, growth will be green or we'll have no growth. Now, back to non-financial rating, this will have an impact on how companies function. It'll have an impact as well on shareholders. So I'd say that tomorrow our enterprises will be either engaged or will not be at all on the carbon trajectory, but also to respect biodiversity. And companies will be socially responsible, and there'll be corporate social responsibility as well. Energy transition will create 300,000 jobs, and if we're not looking for the 1.5 million young people who get some type of trainings, the NITs, as we say, not trained, not employed, and if we try and reach out to them, we'll manage to do something good. We'll need to upskill and retrain them, and we have to recruit people in a more inclusive manner, which is something important for our societies. We'll have training courses, we'll have upskilling, reskilling, sandwich courses and whatnot. Okay, thank you. Now, before we listen to Isabelle, who's going to conclude, do we have any questions? I see hands in the air. Quickly, please, sir. And then there's another question on the other side. Madam, please. Could you introduce yourself, please, and ask a quick question, and then we'll listen to you, madam. And then the speakers will answer. I'm working for Action contre la faim, Action Against Hunger. Here's my question. Don't you think the time has come to change, to go from Milton Friedman or Keynes' economic policies to something else? Because low-cost are artificially intelligent.
Taking human labor, I think inequality and poverty are at an all-time high. Climate and energy need a different kind of thing. And raising the cost of war is becoming more and more important. So should we not look at a new economic model totally? And there is a Nobel Prize waiting to be had for the best economists in the world who can take a new economic model. Thank you.
Merci, monsieur. On va prendre la...
Thank you very much, sir. Madam, please. Madam, please, with a mic. And then our panelists will answer the two questions. Your question was quite general, overarching, and at the crossroads between the topics we've been brushing upon. Madam, hello. Thank you for these brilliant presentations. Could you tell us who you are? Hélène Dubelois. I have a question connected to power generation and the proposals made, such as geothermal power and others. Would you think that we're at scale today, given the growing needs we have for energy in the world? And what about the low levels of investments in the ITER project, given the 200 billion invested in fossil fuels all over the world each year? So that's a question to the two energy specialists. We'll listen to you, but very quickly, please. Sylvie first, and then Jean-Pierre. Now, geothermal power. We have a plan to deploy geothermal solutions. And, well, you know what the local governments are like. They have many solutions, and we have surface geothermal. You don't need to dig and bore deep. You can find water and find calorie and electrify and have low-carbon electricity for districts and housing. So we have many geothermal solutions to develop, and I think we can go at scale. And, well, we need to use all sources of renewable. There's geothermal in some regions. In the Paris region, there's huge potential. I wouldn't say that there's one that we should discard altogether. We have to use all the sources. And as far as ITER is concerned, you're right. Fusion is what we need. It's probably the next technological breakthrough that would change the deal. But that'll be in 2050 or 2060. So we need to continue and invest in ITER. That's a massive investment that we're looking at. But this will not fix all the problems to come for the next decade. Thank you. Philippe, I think, wanted to answer as well. Yeah, I'll answer your question, sir, about the Nobel Prize of Economy. I'm not saying that I'm going to be the one who's going to win the prize, but I think collectively we should get the Nobel Prize for economic and social activity. But Nobel Prize of Economy is too complicated for me. The final word, Isabelle, very quickly, please. Well, that was a rich discussion. Nobel Prize of Economy is too complicated for me, that's for sure. But this is an interesting question that industrial companies are working on, but as well as the economists. And science, economic science, is changing at present. We're living through a very exceptional period of time. And let's admit the fact that there's been a major change in all the theories on that point. That's all I have to say. It's been a very interesting debate. Thank you very much. Thank you.